نبدأ. حياكم الله من جديد. الآن عندنا ورقة علمية يقدمها الدكتور ميسر أبو الريش، وهي بعنوان حالات التنوع الإحيائي والنظام البيئي للمحافظة على بيئات البحر الأحمر من قبل كلية علوم البحار بجامعة الملك عبد العزيز. أمامنا 10 دقائق لهذه الورقة.
السلام عليكم. صباح الخير. Your Highness, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my sincere pleasure to welcome you to this very special celebration of World Oceans Day. I offer my gratitude to Dr. Muhammad Gurban and his wonderful team for their tireless efforts in working to make this celebration a reality. I am absolutely delighted to be here with you to introduce the Faculty of Marine Science at King Abdulaziz University and its contributions toward the marine environments. Gentlemen, we lost half of the abundance of marine life and habitats, and therefore, sustaining and conserving what is left, it's no longer enough. It's unacceptable at this level. We strive to regenerate rather than sustain. Strive to enhance biological diversity by 30% across the entirety of our special economic zone. In fact, the most significant challenge that we all are facing is the uniqueness of the Red Sea. Let's review it. So Saudi Arabia has the largest shelf in the Red Sea, about 70,000 kilometers, narrow in the north, about 50 kilometers, but broadens in the south. Narrow shelf and deep waters occurs close to the shore, and hence pelagic production and fish landings are relatively low. We have the largest coral reef area in the Red Sea, covering almost 7,000 kilometers, and extending from the Gulf of Aqaba in the north to the Farasan Islands in the south. We have also diverse coral reefs, structures, mainland fringing, island fringing, platform patch, barrier, and ridge reefs. Along that, we have also a salinity reaches 44 parts per thousand, air temperature reaches 45 Celsius in the hot seasons, carbon dioxide emissions, ocean acidification. We also have a biodiversity of creatures, including around 44 types of sharks, 1,200 types of fish. At least 15% of these fish are endemic to the Red Sea, and 5 types of marine turtle, which include one critical endangered species, which is hawksbill sea turtle, along the leatherback sea turtle that Dr. Nicholas mentioned in the previous session. But we have to point out that the Red Sea water have warmed sharply in the last 3 decades. It's warmed by 0.7 Celsius, faster than the global ocean temperature that increased by 0.5 Celsius since 1970s. Here we introduce the history of the Faculty of Marine Science, which started as a department in 1974 and then shifted to be an institute in 1978 and ended up as a faculty at 1981. Our vision is to be leading regional education research center and providing services to the local community. Our mission is to prepare undergrads, postgrads for career development and conduct multidisciplinary researches and offer community services program. We have 4 departments so far. We have marine biology, marine geology, marine physics, and marine chemistry. We used to have the maritime studies, but no longer. They have their own faculties. Facilities, we have one building at the main campus, which is including the administrative and faculty offices, classrooms, computer labs, and research labs. We also have Opal Creek Station, which has also teaching and research labs, specialized oceanographic instruments, marina, educational museum, and fish farms. We have 2 research vessels, which is Al-Azizi. We have it since 2014, and also we have Ulum al-Bihar vessel. Our manpower is administrative, 42, and faculty members, 44, and laboratory technicians, 18, and other technicians support. Our students, right now we have postgrads and 262 undergrad. In marine biology department, we are focusing on marine organism diseases, fish farming and aquaculture, mangrove forests and productivity, bacteriological impacts on coastal marine environments. Also, we are focusing on coral reef physiology, ecology, and factors affecting its productivity. As a marine chemistry, we're focusing on marine analytical chemistry, chemistry of Red Sea hot brines, chemistry of marine natural products, marine pollution chemistry and environmental impacts, biogeochemistry of nutrients and organic and inorganic constituents. As for marine geology, we focusing on modeling sediment transport, sediments and biogeochemical cycles, marine geophysics and its application to oil and gas exploration, deep sea sedimentary processes and stratigraphy historical records. We have historical records for the stratigraphy. Also, mineral resources of the seabed deposited from the Red Sea hot brines. As for marine physics, we are focusing on modeling general circulation of the Red Sea, remote sensing and applied oceanography, sea level variation and rules of contributing factors, development of operational wave forecasting systems, spatial and temporal variation of seawater physics properties. We have academic accreditation for the faculty, has established the academic assessment and accreditation unit to ensure high quality in all academic services provided. All 4 bachelor of science programs and courses were specified according to the QAA's subject benchmark statement, earth sciences, environmental sciences, and environmental studies. Faculty has outstanding fulfilled all requirements for the National Commission for Academic Assessment and Accreditation for obtaining the Institutional Academic Accreditation National for KAU. Also, faculty has obtained international academic accreditation from the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology for all the 4 bachelor science programs. As for the research, we did the Jeddah transect from coastal zone to deep rift basin, an integrated view of the geology, ecology, resources, and biology of an infant ocean. Also, we have the Red Sea Biodiversity Project with Senckenberg Research Institute in Natural History Museum in Germany. We also did the impact of eutrophication on Jeddah coastal environment with Aramco. Also, we did environmental assessment of coastal area near Al-Nawra Tourist Resort, Jeddah. Also, we did environmental assessment of Faqih Aquarium. And lastly, we did coastal resource mapping, Jizan Hagel, Red Sea Coastal Zone, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For the Jeddah Transect project, we did these following. We measured the fluid and gas emanation of offshore Saudi Arabia, Red Sea, a window to subsea floor hydrocarbon formation degradation processes, volcanism and hydrothermalism in and around the Atlantic second deep, nutrient gradients in the Red Sea, how do they correlate with plankton abundance and diversity and with macroalgal coral interactions, development of a coastal monitoring system for the sustainable environment planning of Jeddah coastline, Saudi Arabia. These just to going further for the biodiversity project that we did with Senckenberg. During the first project phase, 3 extensive field surveys were conducting along the coastline of Saudi Arabia in 2011, 2012, and 2013 respectively in order to access the biodiversity of nearshore and coral reef associated fauna. Additionally, 1 smaller survey in 2014 and several bycatch analyses of the local troll fishery near Jazan were conducted. Specimens of all animal groups were collected and analyzed at the Senckenberg Research Institute in Germany. Project phase 2 started at July 1st, 2016. The main aim of this second phase is to complete the identification and cataloging of the sample fauna to build up a reference collection at Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, which will build the foundation of the King Abdulaziz Marine Museum. This is our journal that belongs to the marine science. Also, we have our privilege to start the scientific chair with Prince Bandar bin Khamis Sultan, conservation of coastal marine environmental, conducting studies to assess the coastal marine environmental and suggesting suitable location for establishing MBAs, conducting interdisciplinary applied research projects that focus on the rehabilitation of the coastal marine environment, launching awareness-raising campaigns to spread the culture of conserving coastal marine environment among people of different age group and different cultural backgrounds. This is the list of the registered patents that we have. More than half are registered with the US office, and the other are registered with the Korean Ocean Research Development Institute. As for future Red Sea Studies and Research Centers, we are aiming to initiate Climate Change Unit, Coastal Monitoring Unit, Marine Remote Sensing Unit, Marine Natural Products Unit. As for technology and application, we are considering using artificial intelligence and using 3D printings. Thank you so much.
ورقة علمية بعنوان دور البحوث العلمية في المحافظة على البيئات البحرية للدكتور عابد الأنصاري من جامعة تبوك.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to all of you. As an academician, I would like to share some general information about the marine environment. And I'm going to talk about the role of scientific research in conserving marine environments. I would like to start with a quote from Sylvia. With every drop of water you drink, every breath you take, you are connected to the sea. I'm Abid Ali Ansari from the Department of Biology, Faculty of Science, University of Tabuk. These are my research activities. Summary of my research activities: published some research articles, 15 books, 25 book chapters, and some other research projects and awards. I would like to share some of my books that I have contributed in the field of environment, also in the marine and freshwater ecosystem. I have published 2 volumes on eutrophication, 7 volumes on phytoremediation, 2 books on plant biodiversity and the DNA barcoding and marine perspectives that is also related with the biodiversity. Few books on contaminants in agriculture, trace materials, and the hazardous materials in the soil and the plants. Our Faculty of Science have some research groups. They are contributing in the field of marine environment. We have 3 research groups. They are significantly contributing in the field of environment: Marine Algae Research Group, Biodiversity Research Group, Heavy Metals and Radioactive Isotopes Research Group. And recently we have submitted a proposal to the university to establish a Marine Biology Research Center that may be established in future, maybe at the Huckle branch of Tabuk University. So the contribution in the marine environment that is available on the website of our Faculty of Science. So today, as we are talking about the oceans, blue planet, so I would like to start with the water. Water, a precious natural resource, is essential for the multiplicity of purposes. Water constitutes a major bulk, about 70 to 90% of all living cells, and it is an essential life-supporting factor for every cell, individual organism, ecosystem, and cosmos. Today, in almost all spheres of human activities, a far greater amount of water is consumed than what is actually required. At many places in the world, clean water is no longer available for the drinking and other domestic purposes. Reckless overconsumption, misuse, pollution are the major causes of degeneration of water resources. The oceans are important for the cycling of water. Through the evaporation, condensation, and the precipitation, water is circulating from the earth to the atmosphere, from atmosphere to the earth. So that's why the oceans are very important and the important reservoir for the water. If you see the distribution of water on earth, most of the water is locked in lithosphere and the sedimentary rocks that amount 95%. And in the earth and the atmosphere in free circulation, only 5% water is there. And out of that 5%, 4.9% is in the oceans. And only potentially available water for circulation is 0.05%. If you talk about the water resources on the earth, ocean accounts 97.6%, ice caps 1.87%, groundwater 0.5%, and a little amount from the rivers, lakes, soil moisture, and the atmosphere. If we talk about environments, what is the marine environment? So, marine environment, they contains high levels of dissolved salts. And if you see the factors, the biotic factors are the plants, animals, and microbes, as usual in all types of ecosystems. And if you see the abiotic factor, the sunlight, dissolved oxygen, nutrients, proximity to land, depth, and temperature, they are the important environmental factors. Based upon the availability of light, we can divide the whole ecosystem into 3 zones: euphotic zone, dysphotic zone, and aphotic zone. This euphotic zone receives maximum light, then lesser than the euphotic is dysphotic, and aphotic zones are usually dark. In broad categories, we can divide the marine ecosystem into 6 categories. First is the estuaries, which are the most productive places on the earth. They support rich biodiversity, as they are the full of nutrients because of the mixing of nutrients from the oceans and the rivers. Then the salt marshes, also rich in nutrients, and they support low-growing shrubs and the grasses. Mangrove forests, important. They filter the salts, and they provide a rich biodiversity and provide nesting for the birds and different plants. Coral reefs, we can find the coral reefs in the euphotic zone. They host sponges, crustaceans, mollusks, fish, turtle, shark, dolphins, and many more creatures. Coral reefs can account for a quarter of all ocean species. Then we can see the open ocean, which is the topmost part, or euphotic zone, which is also rich in biodiversity and most productive because of the photosynthesis. Deep sea ocean, dark, colder, and very less amount of oxygen is available. Only the unusual adaptations the animals have, they can survive in these environments. Now the question arises, why to conserve the marine environments? Why to conserve the marine environment, because oceans are the largest ecosystem on the earth and the planet's life supporting a source of biodiversity and food. Over 40% of the world population, they live within 100 kilometers of the coast. Fisheries and aquaculture employs 56 million people, host 80% of the planet's biodiversity. Ocean provides vital renewable energy, regulate climate through carbon sequestration, acting as carbon sink. Ocean affects the weather through the water cycling. Many marine organisms, they are utilized for the antibiotics, antioxidants, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory substances. And also the oceans, they can reduce the anxiety if you are near to the ocean. That may give you a positive effect on your mental health. Marine biodiversity is the important component of the marine ecosystem, which is the variety of life in oceans and some places which are very rich and they are marked as biological hotspots. What are the threats to the marine biodiversity? Overfishing, bycatch, climate change, pollution, invasive species, other human-related impacts, especially the developmental projects, they are a big threat for the marine biodiversity. How we can protect? We can choose and support sustainable fishing practices and seafood, smart use and proper disposal of plastics, recycling, reducing carbon footprints, pick up litter at the beach, that you can do when you visit any seashore. And most important is the promoting environmental and oceanic research education. The major threat to the marine ecosystem is the marine pollution, which is a combination of chemical and trashes. Mostly they are plastics, which is a very big challenge to remove the plastics that are directly damaging to the marine environment, biodiversity, and economic structures worldwide. You can see the pictures, how much plastic is there. Beside the plastics, there are many chemicals, heavy metals, they contribute in the pollution. Marine trash are, mostly of them, they are the plastics. Nutrient pollution and eutrophication is also a major threat for the coastal marine ecosystems. You can see the picture that shows nutrient pollution because of the nutrition, because of the excessive amount of nutrients. Algal blooms takes place, which results into hypoxia, and that hypoxia results into the fish kills. How can scientific research help in conserving marine environments? From the G20 summit, the Academy's Sciences highlighted the significant role of scientific research, and they call use of expert, evidence-based advice, assessment for the development of marine resources. Establishment of more recycling and energy-efficient practices and science-based target settings and their follow-ups. Capacity building for the research infrastructures and human capital through education. Establishment of open access data storage and management system to share information among the researchers. How the marine science can contribute for the sustainable future. United Nations General Assembly proclaiming a decade of ocean science for the sustainable development starting from 2021 to 2030 to encourage an integrated and sustainable ocean observing system and to facilitate ocean discoveries and environmental monitoring. Scientific research reveals the importance of mangrove forests and wetlands and the need of their conservation. Research on fish and their life cycles, age growth are essential for the marine fisheries management. Research on heavy metal pollution and their remediation helps in restoring the marine environments. Helps in utilization of corals in food medicine, and other industries. Also, it provides jobs for the local communities. Marine research brings collection of literature and references on marine environment. Data obtained from various researchers is utilized for making policies and implementing scientific research projects and provide a platform for discussions and exchange of ideas, converting research findings into some meaningful information. Researchers play a crucial role in informing policy to address international challenges and achieving a sustainable blue economy. From this, we can conclude and recommend we are not careful of our precious oceans. Data from the Global Oxygen Network Oceans suggest that our oceans are sour and breathless. Further, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reported oceans have absorbed 93% of the global warming excess. 8 million tons of plastics enter every year in our oceans, and slowly it is changing into the plastic soup. Anthropogenic activities, development projects, pollution, they may compromise conservation efforts, resulting into loss of habitats, biodiversity of this blue planet. The countries, they must have a transboundary cooperation for the conservation and monitoring efforts. The countries should account for and be responsive to global climate change and its increasing impact on marine environments and marine biodiversity. Management of waste, environmental contaminants, legislations, education, they are always effective tool for the conservation of marine environments. Scientific research always play a critical role in policy making for the sustainable marine environments and its conservation. I would like to, on behalf of the President, University of Tabuk, I would like to thank to the National Center of Wildlife for inviting us. And personally, I thank to my Dean, Vice Dean, and the Head Department of Biology for considering me for this assignment. And I would like to end with this quote by John F. Kennedy: anyone who can solve the problems of water will be worthy of 2 Nobel Prizes, one for peace and one for science. Thank you very much.
الآن مع ورقة العمل التي بعنوان السياسات والتنظيمات البحرية، دور المنظمة البحرية الدولية في دعم الهدف الرابع عشر من أهداف التنمية المستدامة. يقدمها الدكتور عصام العماري، المندوب الدائم لدى المنظمة البحرية الدولية للمملكة العربية السعودية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، المنظمين الكرام، أود أن أشكركم على الدعوة لحضور هذا الحدث، وذلك احتفالا بيوم المحيطات العالمي والذي يتم تنظيمه تحت رعاية وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة. إنه له شرف كبير أن أكون هنا ممثلا عن الهيئة العامة للنقل، أو أن أشارك في مثل هذا الحدث المهم الذي يستضيفه المركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية، والذي يجمع بين الحكومات وممثلي الصناعة والهيئات الحكومية الدولية ونخبة من الخبراء الإقليميين. أتقدم بالشكر للمتحدثين السابقين وما أثرون به من معلومات. محدثكم المهندس عصام محمد العماري، المندوب الدائم للمملكة العربية السعودية لدى المنظمة البحرية الدولية، والجهة المسؤولة عن المندوبية هي الهيئة العامة للنقل، ورئيسها الداعم معالي الدكتور رميح بن محمد الرميح. أركز في عرضي التقديمي على اطلاعكم على دور الشحن والمنظمة البحرية الدولية وتأثير السياسة البحرية على خلق البيئة البحرية ومهمة المملكة العربية السعودية في المنظمة البحرية الدولية. كما تعلمون، يعتبر قطاع الشحن العمود الفقري للتجارة العالمية والاقتصاد، ويتكون من سلاسل الإمداد اللوجستية البحرية شديدة والتي تؤثر بشكل كبير على الحياة اليومية. يتم نقل ما يصل إلى 90% من التجارة العالمية عبر أسطول عالمي يتكون من أكثر من 62 ألف سفينة في العالم، والتي تمثل أكثر من 11 مليار طن من البضائع المنقولة على أساس سنوي. يعتبر الشحن البحري الأقل تأثير بيئياً بين قطاعات النقل، وهو الوسيلة الأكثر اقتصاداً وكفاءة في استخدام الطاقة وأماناً في نقل البضائع عبر المسافات الطويلة. ومع ذلك، وفي حين أن هذا القطاع يعتبر هو أدنى تأثير بيئي ضمن قطاعات النقل والخدمات اللوجستية، إلا أن الآثار البيئية الضارة على النظام البيئي البحري لا تزال واضحة، بما في ذلك القضايا العالمية مثل التلوث من السفن، بالإضافة إلى التلوث من السفن بالإضافة للمزيد من القضايا الإقليمية والوطنية مثل التلوث الضوضائي والبلاستيكي، تحمض المحيطات، الصيد الغير منظم والصيد الجائر، مياه الصابورة. تتطلب طبعا هذه القضايا الاهتمام والحلول لتحسين محيطاتنا وأنظمتنا البيئية البحرية، ويجب أن نسعى باستمرار نحو أهداف أكثر طموحا في مواجهة هذه القضايا وتغير المناخ، ونأمل أن نفعل ذلك في السنوات القادمة. يعد البحر الأحمر شرياناً حيوياً للتجارة العالمية ومصدراً مهماً وغنياً للتنوع البيولوجي البحري، حيث يمر ما يقارب من 30% من حركة الحاويات العالمية عبر هذا الممر البحري أو المائي الحيوي، وهو ما يمثل حوالي 13% من التجارة العالمية. تتميز سواحل البحر الأحمر الفريدة من نوعها بحياة بحرية مزدهرة مع شعاب مرجانية شاسعة، ومع ذلك فإن حيويات البحر الأحمر في كل من التجارة والتنوع البيولوجي تشكل تحديات فريدة لا يمكن أن تقوم بها جهود دولة واحدة، ولكن من خلال الجهود المشتركة للدول التي تشترك في شواطئها. لطالما كانت البحار والمحيطات مورداً مائياً مشتركاً ورابطاً بين الشعوب. تشكل المحيطات أكبر نظام بيئي في العالم، وهي تقود الأنظمة العالمية التي تجعل الأرض صالحة للحياة. إن التنوع البيولوجي البحري أمر بالغ الأهمية لصحة الناس والأرض، وقد ظهر دور المنظمة البحرية الدولية بصفتها الهيئة الفنية المشرعة للأنظمة والقواعد البحرية على ضرورة التنظيم وإيجاد الحلول بشأن هذه الموارد المشتركة. المنظمة البحرية الدولية، وهي وكالة متخصصة تابعة للأمم المتحدة، مكلفة بالحفاظ على سلامة وأمن البحارة ووضع اللوائح التنظيمية التي تشمل البيئة، المسائل القانونية والجوانب الفنية. تتكون المنظمة البحرية الدولية من 175 دولة عضو وأكثر من 300 مسؤول من منظمات الأمم المتحدة يمثلون الحكومات في جميع أنحاء العالم، مع التركيز على وضع سياسات فعالة للحفاظ على الشحن الآمن والسليم في جميع أنحاء العالم. أولوية لكفاءة الطاقة والتقنيات الجديدة والابتكار لخلق صناعة بحرية مستدامة وصديقة للبيئة. كجزء من الأمم المتحدة، تشارك المنظمة البحرية الدولية وأعضائها بنشاط في العمل من أجل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، مع التركيز بشكل خاص على الهدف 14 الحياة تحت الماء. يركز هذا على منع التلوث البحري وتقليل تحمض المحيطات وتنظيم ممارسات الصيد الضارة وتعزيز الحفاظ على التنوع البيولوجي البحري. على الرغم من أن المهمة الأولى للمنظمة البحرية الدولية ركزت على السلامة البحرية، أصبحت حماية البيئة البحرية واحدة من أبرز مكونات أجندة المنظمة البحرية الدولية. يتم تنفيذ ذلك خلال لجنة حماية البيئة البحرية، وهي لجنة المناقشة الفنية الرئيسية المصحوبة بلجان فرعية تركز على البيئة مثل منع التلوث والاستجابة له، وأيضاً لجنة التسهيلات وغيرها من لجان. على الرغم من أن التركيز الأولي للجهود البيئية للمنظمة البحرية الدولية كان عن التلوث البحري بالنفط، فقد توسع هذا ليشمل اختصاصات وتدابير أكثر وأكبر بكثير لمعالجة التلوث البحري الذي يتراوح من بين الانسكابات الكيميائية ومعدات الصيد الضائعة والغير معروفة المصدر، تلوث الهواء والتلوث الضوضائي ومياه الصابورة، ومن بين العديد من المواد البلاستيكية، والتي ستؤدي لضمان المياه البحرية النظيفة التي تحقق الأهداف لزيادة جودة الحياة والنظم الإيكولوجية البحرية وصيد الأسماك وفرص مثل السياحة بشكل كبير. دور المملكة العربية السعودية في المنظمة البحرية الدولية. المملكة العربية السعودية عضو في المنظمة البحرية الدولية منذ أكثر من 53 عاماً، وانضمت إليها في العام 1969 ميلادية، ويشرف على الدول الأعضاء البالغ عددها 175 دولة مجلس يتألف من 40 دولة عضو، ويعتبر المجلس مسؤولاً عن الإشراف على عمل المنظمة. والمملكة العربية السعودية هي عضو في المجلس، وتم انتخابنا العام الماضي العام 2021 لعضوية المجلس، وذلك تقديراً لجهود المملكة العربية السعودية والتزاماتها تجاه القطاع البحري. التزامات المملكة تتمحور حول 3 ركائز أساسية، هي المناخ، التعاون، والبحارة، والعمل على تقديم سياسات ومشاريع لتحسين دعم معالجة هذه القضايا مع إعطاء الأولوية للتعاون بين جميع الأعضاء. ويأتي ذلك من أدوار السلطة البحرية بالمملكة وشركائها في القطاع في الريادة في مشاريع دولية مع المنظمة، مثل مشروع IMO كيرز تم توقيعه برعاية معالي وزير النقل في أواخر العام الماضي، ومشروع جلو ليتر وجلو فاولينج، بالإضافة إلى تمثيل المملكة كشريك رئيسي مع المنظمة البحرية الدولية في المحافل الرسمية الدولية، مثل مشاركتنا في قمة المناخ كوب 26 العام الماضي المنعقدة في مدينة غلاسكو في المملكة المتحدة، وذلك لإبراز جهود المملكة الكبيرة في الوصول إلى 0 انبعاثات، وكذلك المساهمة والتأثير في صناعة واتخاذ القرارات والسياسات الدولية. تقدم المنظمة البحرية الدولية منصة دولية لتسليط الضوء أيضاً على الإنجازات الرائدة للمملكة في مجال التكنولوجيا الخضراء والتنمية المستدامة، وهو مجال يشاركنا الكثير من الحضور اليوم به. المشاريع والشراكات في المنظمة البحرية. لذلك في حين أن صناعة الشحن لا تزال قطاعاً محورياً في أنظمة النقل واللوجستيات العالمية، فمن الضروري تحديد مجالات التعاون والعمل الجماعي لحفظ محيطاتنا والحفاظ على التنوع البيولوجي البحري. يعكس شعار المنظمة البحرية الدولية للعام 2022 تحت مسمى تقنيات جديدة للشحن الأكثر صداقة الأهمية التي تولى لمعالجة هذا التحدي بشكل كبير ومباشر، وضرورة تسريع العمل في القضايا الحاسمة في هذا المجال، والتي تشمل بعض المشاريع الجارية مذكورة في هذا العرض أمامكم، ومنها جرين فويج 2050، GHG سمارت وفين سمارت، بالإضافة للشبكة العالمية لمراكز التعاون في مجال التكنولوجيا البحرية MTCCs، وهي مبادرة أخرى للمنظمة البحرية الدولية تهدف إلى تحسين الامتثال للوائح كفاءة الطاقة وتطوير سياسات كفاءة الطاقة الوطنية وتعزيز امتصاص الكربون المنخفض التقنيات. لا يوجد حالياً أي MTCC في الشرق الأوسط، هو حالياً تحت المراجعة من قبل المملكة، ونتمنى أن يرى ذلك المشروع قريباً النور. بخصوص مشاريع المملكة أيضاً في المنظمة البحرية الدولية على المستوى العالمي، وهو مشروع IMO كيرز، حيث تدرس المنظمة البحرية بالشراكة مع السلطة البحرية للمملكة سبل معالجة القضايا البيئية البحرية. في شهر أبريل من العام المنصرم أعلنت المنظمة البحرية عن مشروعها الرئيسي الجديد تحت شعار العمل المنسق للحد من الانبعاثات من الشحن، مشروع IMO كيرز، والذي تم تمويله بالكامل من قبل حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية. هذا المشروع هو الخطوة الأولى في تنسيق عدد لا يحصى من المبادرات العالمية تحت مظلة واحدة لتعزيز إزالة الكربون عن قطاع الشحن والحفاظ على البيئة البحرية. يؤسس المشروع ارتباطاً استراتيجياً لربط المبادرات كافة، وهي مبادرات البحث والتطوير في العالم، وتعزيز الابتكار والشراكات المعرفية بين الدول الأعضاء ووكالات الأمم المتحدة والمؤسسات المالية والمنظمات غير الحكومية والقطاع الخاص، وذلك لتسريع عملية إزالة الكربون والجمع بين أصحاب المصلحة لتنفيذ استراتيجيات المنظمة البحرية الدولية للغازات الدفيئة، والتي أقرت في العام 2018 ميلادية. على المستوى الإقليمي والوطني، تجمع المنظمة البحرية الدولية IMO بين المشاريع التي تركز على الأنواع البحرية الغازية والتلوث البحري، بما في ذلك مشروع جلولتر وجلو فاولينج الذي يسعى إلى حماية النظم البحرية من الآثار السلبية للشحن البحري والأنواع الغازية كما ذكرنا سابقا. تفخر المملكة العربية السعودية بدعم هذين المشروعين في عامي 2021 وعام 2022، وسوف يتم تنظيم ورشة عمل موجهة للنساء العاملات في القطاع البحري في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، هدفها بناء الشراكات لمساعدة البلدان النامية على تقليل التأثيرات من الحشف الحيوي المائي وتحسين الخبرة في هذا المجال. أما بشأن مكافحة القمامة العالمية، قدمت المملكة العربية السعودية دعما ماليا وفنيا لدعم ومساندة البلدان النامية لتطوير أفضل الممارسات وتحديد الفرص للحد من القمامة البحرية وتنفيذها على الصعيد الوطني. سيداتي وسادتي، البحر الأحمر منطقة مهمة وغنية وذات أهمية بالغة للمملكة ورؤيتها الطموحة رؤية المملكة 2030. يجب تعزيز كافة الجهود لحماية هذا النظام من خلال الابتكار والتعاون والعلوم، وضمان أن الأجيال القادمة يمكن أن تستمر في الاستفادة من هذا المورد الثمين. ومع ذلك وفي الوقت نفسه يجب علينا أيضا أن نوازن بين الأهمية وضرورة الملقاة على عاتق التجارة العالمية التي ينفذها أسطول الشحن العالمي. وبالتالي فإن اللوائح والسياسات والإجراءات الدولية مهمة للغاية، وذلك للحفاظ على هذا التوازن وضمان صحة محيطاتنا، وهو ما نقوم به في المنظمة البحرية الدولية. وبالتالي فإن مهمتنا في تمثيل المملكة في المنظمة البحرية الدولية IMO للتعبير عن المخاوف والقضايا المتعلقة بالسياسة البحرية وضمان حماية البيئة البحرية. وأود أن أحثكم هنا على التواصل معنا بآرائكم وأفكاركم حول هذا الأمر. في الختام أود مرة أخرى أن أشكر معالي نائب وزير البيئة والمياه والزراعة وسعادة مدير المركز الوطني للحياة الفطرية وكافة العاملين لتنظيم هذه الورشة بأخذ زمام المبادرة بتنظيم هذا الحدث وإعطائي فرصة الحديث، كما أنني أتطلع إلى المناقشات والشراكات المستقبلية لتحفيز الابتكار والعلوم البحرية في المملكة العربية السعودية والمنطقة، وتطلع أيضا إلى استضافتكم ومشاركتكم معنا في المنظمة البحرية الدولية في المستقبل القريب. شكرا جزيلا.
ورقة بعنوان الإدارة الاستباقية المدروسة لتعزيز الموارد للعوائد الاقتصادية والمعرفة العلمية والقدرة الإقليمية، يقدمها الدكتورة لينا العيوني والأستاذ بندر مخدوم.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, National Center of Wildlife, for inviting us today here. Myself, Dr. Lina Ayuni, and my colleague, Bandar al-Makhdoom, from the Red Sea Development Company. As in here, we will be trying to present what we are doing and how the scientific research help in the decisions. So with that, we will explain how we give and how we inform proactive management to enhance how we inform the proactive management to enhance and share, to enhance resources for economic benefits, scientific knowledge, and regional capacity. Okay, in this presentation, we will talk about the monitoring goals and how these goals help us to do the coral assessment. And then, of course, to do that, we need an innovative technologies to reach our big goal, which is the biodiversity assessment. And we turned all of these to a smart environment, and this work cannot be done without our partners. First of all, I will explain what is the SEZ, which is a special economic zone. Special economic zone being established to support international investment and social norms, as well as a new global standards to protect and enhance environment by creating science-informed, adaptive ecosystem-based management, environmental regulatory system to achieve marine circular bioeconomy. And from the map here, we can see how wide is the special economic zone. It covers almost 200 kilometers square. So why do we monitor? We monitor for the SEZ scale to support the future enhancement efforts and to document the status of the natural variability of ecological resources and to build the ecosystem data set that is suitable for the range of planning and enhancement purposes. While for the asset scale, we do the monitoring for identify determinantal impact before serious degradation and to understand drivers of undesirable changes. Of course, we need all of this because the area is rich in biodiversity and has a natural beauty, which is the Ritzi project. That comes from the mangrove, as we were able to identify two species of mangrove, and for the coral reef, we identify 8 types of coral habitats distributed across the project. And for the seagrass, there were 7 species of seagrass, and from the terrestrial side as well, and marine animals that has whale sharks, dolphins, and dugongs, and lastly, with the birds and turtles. And to save this natural beauty, we do a coral reef assessment, which falls under 2 different categories, which is biological monitoring that support adaptive ecosystem-based management of a key natural resources towards the biodiversity enhancement target. While from the environmental monitoring, we establish water, sediment, and the key biological habitats, habitat baseline condition ecosystem, and we develop an integrated systematic monitoring program. To achieve this, we need a lot of technologies, which falls under, for example, machine learning, as we were able to identify coral, and using autonomous underwater vehicles, which is AUVs, to have a real-time spatiotemporal resolution data to survey the bottom, the underwater, and using drones to cover wider spatial area. And we used a photogrammetry to structure 2D or 3D of corals, that to track the growing and eroding of corals. And finally, the other example of the machine learning is the eDNA, environmental DNA, to detect the species at risk that can damage the ecosystem. I will focus on giving 2 examples from the environmental monitoring and from the biological monitoring. Here, we use the machine learning, which is CoralNet, that we trained the neural network to classify the coral. We basically collected the data or images by the divers who go down and take images, and we upload it into the CoralNet software. After that, we collect the whole data to create a label set to use it in analysis, and manually we annotate the images using the point count interface. With this, we can say the robot, which is network, is trained, and we validate this by giving more and more images. And that comes with a trial and error. This classification improvement is happening by, of course, trial and error, and then with that we can say that our robot is trained and we are able to share it with anyone. We can see here from the left side of this image that this trained robot gives us the result of the right side, which is the scatter plot that shows from the human annotator on the x-axis and the coral robot on the y-axis. The data is scattered along the regression line, which is almost equal to 0.96. Another example from the environmental monitoring category, here we do a monitor in the Red Sea development, in the Red Sea project, either using a remotely sensed data. These photos here shows our deployed ADCP to track current in the site. And we do a sampling using many different kind of technologies, such as CTDs or temperature loggers or oxygen. These environmental parameters, such as temperature, for example, are very important for the ecosystem. We use them to evaluate the thermal resilience of the coral reefs and to understand the mangrove thriving and plantation. And here is an example of the mangrove. The time series on the bottom helps us to understand the future changes of this temperature. Okay, so Bandar will continue from the asset level.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مهندس بدر مخدوم من شركة البحر الأحمر للتطوير. I'll continue what my colleague Dr. Lina was talking about. I'm going to talk mainly from a developer point of view. Where we have the Red Sea, the developer, we adopt an integrated approach to enhance the environment protection and ensure minimum impact or even enhance the biodiversity within the region. How do we do that? We do it through planning and assessment. We do it through design improvement and guidelines and systems. For planning and assessment, we have the marine special planning, where we had a very detailed workshop with all our stakeholders. We gathered all the developers, the hospitality team, we took the traffic routes, the marine traffic routes, the sensitive habitats, and we calculated all of these data, and we came up with what we have as a conservation plan for our islands. And we eliminated or set aside islands that are no longer in the plan for development. We did comprehensive assessments such as like turtle surveys, bird nesting surveys, and multiple hundreds of ESIAs, environmental impact assessments. For the turtle surveys and the turtle satellite tracking, we see where we have any green turtles or hawksbill turtles, we have tracking on them, and we see where they nest and feed, and that helps us into avoiding these areas from a developer point of view. So we set aside these areas and we don't develop them anymore. Of course, that helps us with the design improvement, as I mentioned. It helps us to have a buffer in our designs, and we have setbacks on our beach areas and turtle nesting areas. In addition, we have integrated hydrodynamic modeling, where we see the water quality and how our development would affect the water quality within the region. And it all comes to innovation in the design alternatives that we have. We have, again, design guidelines and system, such as the lighting or dark sky initiative, where we have minimum light pollution on of the development that we have. And for our controls, we have such engineering controls, such as the silt curtains to mitigate the damage that we have of development on the sensitive marine environment, and continuous monitoring to make sure that no kind of breach will happen when it comes to our development. Our biodiversity enhancement goals or targets comes to how do we achieve that? We have strict goals and targets, such as the free of single-use plastic that will come in the operation phase, 100% renewable energy, carbon neutrality, and 30% net increase in our biodiversity, zero waste to landfill, and LEED Platinum building standards. And talking about smart environment, I'll give it back to Dr. Lee.
Okay, so since we gathered a lot of data sets that help us to understand and build a science-based decisions, we gathered them into a smart environment platform to reach the goal of enhancing the visitor's experience and to support the science-informed adaptive ecosystem-based management. And of course, this amazing work cannot be done without collaborating with the international and local entities, such as the National Center of Wildlife, Tabuk University, KAUST, and many others. Thank you.
الآن حلقة نقاش من نصف ساعة بإذن الله، وبعدها استراحة. مباشرة دون الحاجة إلى مذيع، عندكم الضيوف يجاوبونكم على الأسئلة. تفضلوا عندهم.
السلام عليكم. معكم الدكتور يوسف الحافظ من وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة، برنامج تطوير الثروة السمكية. أولاً أشكر المقدمين على المحاضرات متميزة. نتكلم بالإنجليزي حتى اللي معنا يصير عنده تصور. I thank you for the presentations. And I have a question which, as I see from the presentation, especially the first presentation, which talking about more focus on the species. And as the new approach now for conservation of biodiversity, we are talking how to conserve the ecosystem itself. And we have to be focused on ecosystem. Why we are focused on that? Because if we understand the ecosystem and the interlinkage between all the elements in the ecosystem, we will know exactly how we get the services. Because it's very important, we are not just conservation species for the sake of the species. Species and the ecosystem deliver services. And the behind of the services is the function of each element of the ecosystem. And each element of ecosystem contribute a certain percentage to deliver these services. So I would like that to be much emphasized, because this, the way of thinking to understand why we are doing a conservations, we collect it, because if we collect this with the services, that we collect it with the economy, and we are collecting with the money and all of that, all the public, all the outreach, they will understand why we are doing that, and they will really understand, and they will be one of the soldiers that's to support this concept. So we need, when we talk about the objective and vision and all of that, for the center, special for conservations, we have to put this in this way, because all the ordinary and public people, they understand why we are doing this, because if we are not doing that, we are losing the services which we receive from the ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. I could not agree with you more that we need to focus on the services that ecosystems provide, and we need to focus on the interlinkages between species that create ecosystems. And it's really interesting to hear you raise this, because I remember when I was young and growing up, there was a big focus on species. And then the world evolved and realized that species did not act independently, and rather acted interdependently with all of the other species. And there was a big shift amongst the donor community, the scientific community, the world at large, to focus on ecosystems and ecosystem services. And then about 15 years ago, it started to backtrack a little bit back towards species. And it backtracked in that way because sometimes when we stand back, we start to lose focus of what the individual roles of some of these species are. So I like to think of the individual species as being the foundations, the building blocks of these ecosystems that you so eloquently described. And I am 100% in agreement with you that it is the interrelationship of the biological roles of all of these species that end up creating these complex ecosystems, and that we need to understand all of those. At the same time, I think sometimes it's a little bit daunting to take this very large picture view, particularly within science, for instance, for young students coming into it and looking at this big world ahead of them. Sometimes that's a little bit daunting, and being able to take small pieces one at a time is probably a little bit more manageable. And then it is up to people that have been doing this a little bit longer, like myself and yourself, to be able to understand that it's all interlinked. And at the center, we recognize that, I assure you. We look at individual species, but we also recognize the value of the key ecosystems and the services they provide, food for people, oxygen, environmental amelioration, you name it. So your point is extremely well taken, that it's not just about species, it's really about species and the interdependencies they all have to come together and create these amazing marine ecosystems. I'm in your camp, sir.
السلام عليكم. أخوكم علاء بخاري. I'm from PIF, Environment and Sustainability. First, I'd like to thank the organizers of this workshop, the National Center for Wildlife. They're doing, I think, a great job in this organization and other events. And I believe that their role is extremely important. Now, looking at the Red Sea, which is a national treasure, 2030 and beyond, I guess. So it's very important what the speakers are talking about regarding the Red Sea. I think it's also very important the collaboration alignment with the different entities. We're looking at the Red Sea from environmental point of view, species and so forth. And this is great for future tourism, for future economy. And I think let's concentrate also in looking at developments and how we can synchronize between the Red Sea environment and also the economical side. And I think and you have a road in front of you. So in the future, what I would like to ask in general, what are the milestones and roadmap as far as the National Center is concerned in terms of the Red Sea research and well-being and so forth? Thank you very much.
You put me on the spot now. Thank you very much. I think that one of the key goals moving into the future is to recognize that the mandate of the center is the protection and sustainability of ecosystems, the services they provide, and the species that they are home to. But we're not so blind as to see that in isolation of development needs, of tourism needs, of people's ambitions and people's needs. The challenge lies in balancing both of those and being able to arrive at a formula that works for both. There isn't a set formula for anywhere in the world that explains how that will work. Every place is unique and faces a unique set of challenges. I think in our case, we're quite straightforward. We recognize the incredible value of the Red Sea habitats and the species that they sustain. We also recognize that those very species and habitats are the reason why we value it so much and why we want to go there and why we want to create these amazing new developments. For me, I'm recently arrived in the kingdom, or recently arrived back in the kingdom, I should say, having grown up here as a small boy 30, 40 years ago. And the future, in my eyes, is that the National Center for Wildlife sits at the same table with developers, with tourism operators, with other government agencies, with academic institutions, with all of the people who play a role in the movement forward for both the Red Sea and the Khalij. and sit together and make sure, our role is to make sure that all of that development that moves forward does so in a way that we can turn around 50 years, 100 years from now and still point back at those mangroves, or still point back at those coral reefs, or the dugongs or the whales, and say, they are here because we were visionary 50 years ago to sit at the same table and make sure that whatever we decided from a development standpoint was not going to interfere with our ability to sustain natural ecosystems. And I know I haven't given you exact milestones, but I recognize that those milestones are a little bit nebulous sometimes. But the end goal, I can assure you, is that vision of a legacy that we leave behind that makes sure those coral reefs, mangroves, seagrasses, species are still there 50, 100, 200 years from now. Thank you, sir.
I want to add something, and also it's about regenerating rather than sustaining. So right now we are facing multiple problems, including global warming, ocean acidification, gases emissions. We don't know, like for the 2-3 decades that ahead of us, we don't know what will be happening to these creatures. So we need to find the ways, like said, outside the box to control the environmental factors, because temperatures alone can alter all organisms' physiology, including reproduction, including habitat loss, everything. So on top of that, temperature with salinity, high salinity in the Red Sea, with the CO2, all these interactions will create something maybe worse in the future if we are not start dealing with it from now on. I don't know how to deal with it, to be honest with you right now, but we can use something like artificial intelligence. Maybe it gives us a hint that maybe we can use 3D printings that may give us a technology or applications that will at least show us the road, how to deal with the obstacles in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to add something on this point. So thank you for your question, Your Excellency. Regarding the government work on this field, the Red Sea is recognized in the international scene and International Maritime Organization as a special area. A special area is not activated because there is many things that have to be done by the governments bordering the Red Sea so far. So that might be the milestone. They are written. We can share it with you soon, if you wish, and with your team. Also, the Saudi government efforts with His Majesty the King, bringing all the countries, and I don't know if you heard about that, all of you here as participants, in 2020, just in February before COVID, King Salman, bless him, brought all the presidents of the countries bordering the Red Sea from Arabic and African countries to establish a council named the Council of Arab and African countries bordering the Red Sea. The idea of this council, which is going to be based in Riyadh with a Secretary General from Saudi Arabia, it's going to be for a sustainable Red Sea development in all fields, in marine protection, in economy, and beyond that. So I wanted to share that with the audience. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. أنا طبعاً ودي أعلق على سؤال الدكتور علاء على قبل قليل. ما يوجد تعارض ما بين التطوير والبيئة، خصوصاً إذا أخذت المعايير البيئية بعين الاعتبار. اليوم كثير من الدول العالم بتركز على البحار واستخلاص خيرات البحار عن طريق مشاريع تنموية وعن طريق سياحة، عن طريق تطوير مستمر، وهذا طبعاً متى ما أحسن استخدامها بالمعايير البيئية لا يوجد تعارض. اليوم عندنا، أنا أضرب مثال من قطاع الزراعة السمكي. اليوم قطاع الزراعة السمكي ينمو في البحر الأحمر بشكل متسارع. عندنا كثير من المشاريع الآن القادمة، طبعا يؤخذ بعين الاعتبار تحديد المكان بعناية فائقة عن طريق معايير معينة يتم دراستها عن طريق الدراسات البحثية العميقة. عندنا جامعة الملك عبد الله بتعمل تحديد للمواقع التي يوجد فيها الأقفاص بحيث أنها تكون متوافقة مع المعايير البيئية. قبل عملية التركيب والاستزراع بتعمل دراسة اسمها دراسة تقييم أثر بيئي. أثناء العمل بيكون في مراجعة دورية ومراقبة دورية للأعمال. اتضح لنا فيما بعد خصوصا من المشاريع القائمة هناك تنمية للحياة التنوع الإحيائي داخل البحر، إضافة النيوتريشن عمل إضافة إيجابية لتكاثر الأسماك، زيادة الأسماك المحيطة بالمناطق اللي فيها استزراع. كذلك بدأ ينمو حتى الكورال ريف تنمو على المنطقة المحيطة بالأقفاص، وهذه كلها عوامل إيجابية ظهرت. فلا يوجد تعارض بين البيئة والتنمية إذا أخذت بعين الاعتبار، وهذا اللي نسعى له. ويوجد في كونسبت عالمي موجود اسمه مارين سبيشال بلانينج. طبعا هذا التخطيط عالمي معروف مقر من الفاو، هذا يحدد فيه المشاريع التنموية اللي تكون إضافة بيئية وليست تكون هيردن على البيئة.
السلام عليكم. خالد اصفهان، الرئيس التنفيذي للمؤسسة العامة للشعب محافظة على الشعب المرجانية والسلاحف في البحر الأحمر. حابب أعقب على كلام الدكتور علي وأقول إنه كل المشاريع الآن يتم الدراسات عليها والتأكد إنها ما تأثر ضرر، ما تمثل ضرر على البيئة البحرية. فبإذن الله في تنسيق بيننا مستمر ومع مركز الحياة الفطرية للتأكيد على هذا المنوال. إلى الآن لم تبث المؤسسة العامة في هذا الشيء إلى أن يتم التأسيس. شكرا.
My name is Ronald Lockland. I'm from the Saudi Aramco oil company in Dhahran. And I just wanted to comment on the question from our colleague in King Abdulaziz University in regards to restoration. We've been hearing a lot about the protection of the resources of the Red Sea, which is very important. Obviously, it's fundamental to the success of these programs. But for restoration, you'll be hearing from my colleague today in the next session about how Aramco has been spearheading some programs in the Arabian Gulf where we look at those areas that have been impacted from either climate change or from development and how we can restore those ecosystems. And we've had some good success. And so I think restoration or ecological restoration plays a significant role moving forward in the Gulf and also in the Red Sea, of course. And I think that's something we can do to enhance environmental productivity and also biodiversity as part of these Red Sea developments we're hearing about. One of the things that Dr. Pilcher mentioned earlier was the three fundamental requirements of species. How many, where are they, and what are the threats? So if you understand those basic questions and you understand some of the ecological life cycles, you can also assist species or ecosystems by developing or adapting different systems to encourage productivity or biodiversity. So as I won't give you any details now, but my colleague will provide some details soon. So I think restoration is really something we should look at seriously in the region because, as you know, climate change impacts on temperature. There's a lot of things we can do to mitigate those impacts in the short term. So thank you very much.
I want to add something about the Red Sea, since all we know that the Red Sea is a semi-closed sea, so the water goes from south and goes to the north. So from the north and the south, you can find tides, but in the middle, it's tideless. So on top of that, we have valleys, and all the runoffs goes to the sea. So all these particles goes to the sea will have microbes, and all these microbes will interact with the temperatures and create something new. We have to raise the biosecurity. We have to take actions. We don't know exactly how to develop a technique or a protocol to at least control the tideless area, especially in the center, around Jeddah and like north of Jeddah or south of Jeddah, because we cannot find tides at that spot. And the water, it seems like there's no currents, or maybe just a little currents at that side. So I'll be waiting for the next session to see how Aramco's did with the Arabian Gulf. Thank you.
I need just to add things which related to ecosystem approach. If we implement the ecosystem approach, which considers all the elements, all the stakeholders, I know it's not that easy to digest the ecosystem approach. I know it's difficult, but you will look at biodiversity as a matrix, which you have a lot more than 15 issues, cross-cutting issues related to the biodiversity. And through that, you make sure all the elements, all the stakeholders, they are in the pictures. I know that, and you know all the KPI from all this and the reflection. So if we apply the ecosystem approach, I think we can make really a balance between the development and the conservation. Thank you.
If I could just mention briefly, again, to reiterate my support for your comment on an ecosystem approach. And I think the vision for the National Centre for Wildlife actually is quite large. We recognize all of the different players that are involved in either participating in conservation or who might be having negative impacts. We recognize that there's a massively broad spectrum of stakeholders involved, and equally there is an incredible biodiversity wealth at stake. I assure you that the vision of the centre is to think large, not to think down into minuscule scales, but to actually think extremely large in terms of protection and in terms of being able to overlay all of the different biodiversity values alongside all of the potential threats that they face to be able to devise strategies and solutions for moving forward.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Lotfi Rabawi. I'm a marine scientist from the National Center for Wildlife. So I have a question mainly related to Dr. Nicholas' presentation, which is about the role of science and university in the conservation of marine biodiversity or marine ecosystem in general. So there is, I believe that the role of universities is not only in providing or making accessible the data about the biology and ecology of species or ecosystem in general, but also in building the local capacity here and providing local experts. I'm saying this point because I've been working here in Saudi Arabia since 10 years. I used to be working in a center in King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in the field of marine conservation in general, before joining the National Center for Wildlife. And there is always this issue of lack of expertise. Although we know that here in Saudi Arabia there are many universities that they are developing programs in marine science and marine ecology in general, but we don't know why this lack is still exists. Is it because there is no compatibility between the programs or the academic programs and the expertise needed by the centers like the National Center for Wildlife, or for other reasons? So I would like to listen from the representative of local universities about this issue, and perhaps maybe it's possible to, in the future, to make discussion between the universities and the centers like the National Center for Wildlife to define the needs of these centers, and also to develop, whether it is engineering or master or PhD programs that the centers will need in the future. Thank you.
As an academicians, what we can do for the conservation is we can make the people educate about the environment, and especially today we are talking about the marine environment. And also in our university we are trying to introduce some new courses, but that are related with the marine biology. We are trying to establish a Marine Biology Research Center near to the Huckle Center of Tabuk University. But it's a long process. We are trying for many years. I think maybe because of the permissions or for the process that the ministry followed to approve a course, to approve the laboratories, and establishment of new laboratories. I don't know. Somewhere there is the delay. And from myself, I'm working in that field. So in the Department of Biology, I'm trying to, I proposed program for the MSc Marine Biology, but still it is in the process. What we can do, we can collaborate with the companies, they are working in the field, and with their collaboration, we can request, we can ask the Ministry of Education, and they collaborate with the Ministry of Wildlife or Marine Sciences, so they can, with their collaboration, we can introduce new courses, we can start the MPhil, PhD courses. That will enhance the research, we will get the new data that we can do at the university level, I think. Thank you.
It's an interesting question. To be honest with you, I think each sectors, private sectors, governmental institutions, mega projects, they have their priorities, and we need to have like a web page there where all of them list what they are looking for, and at that point they can search. They have like a panel, they can search who is specialized at this field in the kingdom. So we can facilitate the bureaucracy that we are all facing, suffering from it. It takes so much time and long steps to get an approval for the university for like something like a course report. It takes a long time to get submitted. What about if you want to submit about the grants or submit about research funding? It takes so much time. But what I'm thinking about or proposing in the future in the King Abdulaziz University is about creating like a panel where all the universities goes inside it and list their priorities, research priorities. So we can form either research groups to look for what problems that the kingdom is facing based on our blessed vision, and goes from there. But at this point, and also I have to point out something else, it's about documentation. It's really hard to get access to another university about the documentation. This is a really big problem here for the universities. Like if you want to get like an updated status about a project, sometimes when you Google it and go to the universities, you cannot find it over there. When you try to present yourself, you need to have like a formal meeting. And after the formal meeting, you have an agreement. And after the agreement, you have to make a periodic meeting to discuss this will take from 3 to 6 months to 12 months to get the research, which is time consuming. But as you said, universities should focus on research as they focusing on getting accreditation, or as focusing on getting higher ranking. So they have to focus on research. I know that we are in short in funding, but when we collaborate, all the universities, we collaborate with the small grants, we can achieve better results, especially in research. Thank you.
الآن استراحة لمدة ربع ساعة ثم نعود بإذن الله لأوراق العمل من جديد. حياكم الله من جديد. تصور انتهت استراحتنا الآن. المحور الثاني لهذا اليوم من أجل تحقيق الهدف الرابع عشر من أهداف التنمية المستدامة، الحياة تحت الماء، المهددات والحلول لاستدامة النظم البيئية البحرية. نبغى نشوف هذا الفيديو.
يقضي عليها وينقلها لكائنات أخرى لتصل هذه السموم في نهاية المطاف إلى الإنسان. كل هذه التهديدات تحتاج لتضافر الجهود لحماية مسطحاتنا المائية من أجل بيئة مستدامة لنا ولأجيالنا.
الحياة تحت الماء، المحيطات وأهداف التنمية المستدامة يقدمها الدكتور كارلوس غارسيا من المركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. I want to thank first Dr. Kurban, the head of the NCW, Her Majesty, and Vice Minister Mansour for the opportunity to be here to share some thoughts about the Sustainable Development Goals. So first, what I'm going to do is to talk a little bit about what are the Sustainable Development Goals, how they came to be, and how they are like a puzzle that we need to develop in order to achieve most of the goals. So before the Sustainable Development Goals, there was what is called the Millennium Agenda. And this has two separate tracks. One with strong focus on social dimensions, like reducing poverty, hunger, and all of those. And another one on environmental sustainability, mainly focused on climate change and other aspects that can lead to mitigation and adaptation to these changes. But first, we need to see what is sustainable development. Sustainable development has three pillars. One that is economic, another one that is social, and another one that is environmental. We cannot have sustainable development without considering the three of them. And what we look for is that center part when we can combine all of these pillars, give economic growth and social inclusion and health. These are interlinked and inseparable. At some point after these Millennium Goals, the experts sat and began to develop ideas about how to combine all of this. But these experts, scientific experts, also made extensive consultations with different stakeholders in the industry, in the social universities, to have a more comprehensive, integrated idea. These goals were presented in Rio de Janeiro and set the path for the 2015-2030 agenda that most of we already know. And the purpose of this goal was to create an environmental, political, and economic challenges, to confront them in some way that we can face as humanity together an holistic and indivisible agenda that has this balance. We cannot grow indefinitely without harming the environment, but we cannot protect the environment as an only purpose, because the economic growth will be harmed. So we have this compromise and optimum between the three dimensions. And this is a model, is a wish list, is something that we try to achieve as humanity in order to have healthy, productive lives peacefully on a healthy planet. I know that this sounds a little bit idealistic, but this has to be our goal. It has to be ambitious. Sometimes the path is difficult. But these sustainable goals form a common roadmap for all countries to achieve progress. The agenda for the 2030 sustainable goals has three different components. One, that they are universal. Any country, any enterprise, any corporation, any group of individuals can choose what they can do and contribute. And also, this doesn't mean that that has to be uniform. Each country can do more, some countries can do less, but that is the idea, that each one in their capacities can contribute. Then there's the integration. We have to balance these three pillars of sustainability, and also we need to understand that there are trade-offs. As I was saying, we cannot maximize economic growth, and in order, because the environment will suffer, but we cannot put all our eggs on the environment, because economic and social will suffer. We have to look for this balance. And finally, this idea that no one has to be left behind. We need to try to improve our economic policies and our environmental policies in some way that we can reduce hunger, we can reduce inequality, and we try to look for a better place for all humanity. Okay, this is very important. All sustainable goals are related, but the basic frame are the ones that deals with the environment. Life on land, life below water, of course, climate change, and clean water and sanitation. The environment is the basis of all of them. Then comes society. How can we integrate all these environmental aspects into society? Then economy. And at the top, we have these partnerships. We cannot work without partnerships between science, between social individuals, governments, corporations, and all these components that can together work towards a better future. As I was saying, these is a puzzle that we have to solve, but all of the goals are interrelated. What we are now together celebrating the World Ocean Day, and the objective of this life below water, as was already mentioned, in a sustainable ways, the use that we do from the oceans, and look for a sustainable development. This life below water has 7 targets, as you see there, and 3 associated targets. One that we have been discussing before, that is increase scientific knowledge. Without this good scientific base and knowledge, we cannot do anything. We need this knowledge, research, and technology for ocean health. Also, and as an associated, very important, is to sustain small-scale fisheries. Large-scale fisheries has been, we will see later, one of the main problems in the ocean. And finally, we need to implement and enforce international law. We have to have this legal framework that can help us to achieve all these targets. Of course, Saudi Arabia is blessed. Is a blessed country that has two very diverse, very important environments in the Arabian Gulf and in the Red Sea. The biodiversity, ecosystem services, and all the advantages that come with having been blessed with these two very important water bodies. The first one, the first target from the Sustainable Goal number 14 is to prevent and reduce marine pollution. As you know, this is one of the main problems in the sea now, as shown by the video that we see before. And we have lots of pollution coming, especially from plastic, but also from substances that come from industry that go into the water. And one of the main problems that we have with plastics is the way we consume and we use these components. What we can do as individuals contributing to this is trying to reduce our use of plastic in terms of straws, in terms of water bottles, and also plastic bags in the supermarket. Here, when I go to Tamimi or Lulu, each time I go, they give me like hundreds of plastic bags. So what I've used is to buy these reusable bags that can reduce the consume of plastic. So what we need to do is to think globally, to think about the planet, but each and every aspect of our behaviors can affect these sustainable goals. So we need to act locally. Every time we waste energy, we use too much plastic, we are contributing to the pollution of the ocean, even if we are not aware of it. The target number 2, we talked about it before in the last section, is to restore and achieve the sustainable marine ecosystems. As you know, most of the habitats has been impacted. Lots of species have been impacted, and also habitats like coral reefs and seagrasses have been impacted by human activity. So we need to sustainable manage, and manage is one of the things that at the NCW we do. We produce and use scientific knowledge and to inform management decisions on how to protect the environment and coastal ecosystems. And the idea is to avoid all these significant impacts on the sea. Of course, we need to strengthen resilience through management, to coastal management, to preserving species and habitats. The target number 3 is the idea that is based on how this CO2 from the atmosphere goes into the ocean. Most of 30% of the CO2 that is of emissions goes to the ocean. And as you know, once the CO2 is in the water, the pH, the acidity goes up, and this has a harmful effect, especially on coral reefs and seashells that grow by using the calcium carbonate. And this is dissolved if the acidity in the water goes up. So this can be reduced using cooperation in order to reduce mitigation, because no country can do it alone, but also through scientific knowledge and research. The target number 3 is to end overfishing. Many countries have done for many, many years lots of damage to the ocean, mainly through illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing. Most of these problems come from the species that are not target, but comes with the different ocean gear. Many turtles, sharks that are not part of these targeted species for fisheries die every year. Tons and tons of these animals around the world, including also whales. So as was mentioned before, we need to implement science and ecosystem-based management plans. And these ecosystem-based management plans are very difficult, as the doctor said before, because it includes scientific knowledge, it includes how this gear affect the species and the other species and the environment, and also the social and economic aspects of the system, including the legal framework that each country has when managing fisheries. If we can decrease overfishing, we can contribute to more sustainable economic growth, increase opportunities for tourism, and contribute to ocean conservation and many others. Of course, the target 5 focus on something very, very, very important, is that we need to use the tools that we have, especially in area-based management, to protect the oceans. And this, one of the most important tools that we have is the marine protected areas. These protected areas can increase community species richness, can increase the size of fish biomass, and also very important, they can develop such beauty that will attract tourism. And tourism can also be a tool for conservation if it's well managed and well understood their effects on the different activities that come from tourism. And now that Saudi Arabia is beginning to promote tourism, I think the country is in the correct path of achieving success, because at the same time as it's developing its areas, is having lots of scientific research and lots of planning for the future. The target number 6 is not something that happens in Saudi Arabia. It's mainly on countries that have large subsidies for fisheries like Japan, China, and United States. And these subsidies contributes to overcapacity and also to illegal fishing and unreported fishing. So in this case, Saudi Arabia is contributing and not having this kind of subsidies in large-scale fisheries. And number 7 is related only to the small island countries, mainly in the Pacific and the Caribbean, that depends mainly on the ocean. And these policies are trying to increase tourism and also employment and a sustainable use of all ocean resources. So as you see here, the target number 14 can contribute, the goal number 14 can contribute to through the 7 different targets to all the other sustainable goals. Some with more, some less, but the idea is that everything is related, everything is like a puzzle, and we need to try to achieve all of them. And finally, I want to thank you, your patience and your time. Thank you very much.
في اليوم العالمي للمحيطات دعونا نشكل مداً أزرق. دكتور كارلوس دوراتي من جامعة الملك عبد الله للعلوم والتقنية.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. So first I'd like to congratulate the National Center of Wildlife for organizing this World Ocean Day celebration and bring us all together. As I mentioned earlier in the panel discussion, it's important that we are all around the table to work together. And in this World Ocean Day, we also celebrate the rising role of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a leader in marine conservation that is strongly emerging and is now being even recognized internationally, with many new entities and agencies and centers being developed that are pushing the boundaries of the ambition in terms of marine conservation, not just to conservation, but also to regeneration and rebuilding the life that we lost in the ocean. So in fact, this presentation builds on the presentation of Dr. Carlos, because he has introduced the concept of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and also SDG 14, which is the only one that is specifically dedicated to oceans, which is usually tagged as life below water, but the ambition of UN SDG 14 is to achieve a healthy ocean and recover and conserve marine biodiversity. And in fact, this event is very timely because in 2 weeks' time, we will be gathering in Lisbon for the second UN Conference on Oceans under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Kurban, that is the designated lead of the Saudi delegation to the conference. And the first conference was just a conference to start to sound nations about their views on marine conservation. But this one conference has been prepared for 4 years, and there are a number of documents that have been produced, and the ambition is to conclude the conference with an important declaration that will lead to a specific treatise for the oceans. So a very important event that is being planned in 2 weeks, where the ambition is no longer to conserve, but it's going to be to restore and regenerate what we lost. So basically, we have lost much of marine life. We have lost about 20 species of marine organisms that have been extinct during historical times. We have about 830 species of conservation concern, and across different habitats, we have lost about half of the abundance of large marine animals, about half of the abundance of critical habitats in the ocean, and we continue to lose some of these habitats. And among those, coral reefs, which are inherently important for the kingdom, have actually experienced steep losses on the last decade, this time now propelled by climate change. And we have lost about 90% of the abundance and population of large marine animals, including large whales in the ocean. And the drivers of this were originally hunting and then overfishing, which were the first pressures that humans impinge on the oceans, with hunting and overfishing already being a problem in some areas of the ocean 3 centuries ago, 300 years ago, but they have continued to increase. And then to those pressures we have added pollution, mostly started in the 1950s with the great acceleration of industrial development, then also habitat loss with the transformation and development of the shorelines that have led to the loss of many habitats, and also the watersheds of coastal watersheds that have led to runoff of sediments and silt that have buried some of these habitats, and then more recently also climate change. So of all these 5 drivers of loss in the ocean, hunting reached a peak already around 1970 and is now on a steep decline. So hunting is no longer at its peak, it's no longer rising, but is decreasing. Also, overfishing is increasingly improving, so the number of stocks that are recovering or improving status is actually growing over time. So we probably reached the peak of overfishing in 1990, and now are seeing an improved management of global fisheries like we're seeing for large marine habitats. For chemical pollution, there's been a number of treatises that are starting to contain chemical pollutions, and some of the forms of pollution, for instance, lead pollution that was coming from fuels, has actually decreased with the unleaded fuels. And now, for instance, the ocean no longer has an excess level of fuel, although some synthetic pollutants like plastics and others continue to be delivered to the ocean at growing rates. So we still need to improve much in the control of pollution. And deforestation rates continue to be high, but the rates are not as high as they were in the past. So we're starting also to contain deforestation and even start to restore watersheds that are important to maintain ocean health. And along with pollutants, the only other pressure that we are not yet containing but continues to increase is climate change. And we hope that we will be able to contain climate change within 1.5 degree warming relative to the pre-industrial temperatures. But the fact is that emissions continue to rise, and we are not yet doing a good job in containing greenhouse emissions and therefore climate change. But along this path, there's been a number of important events that have propelled some of the conservation successes that we see in the ocean, like the CITES Convention, the Convention for the International Trade of Endangered Species, that has contained illegal hunting and trade of marine species like sea turtles and others, and also the moratorium, the Whaling Commission in 1978, I believe, that declared a moratorium of hunting of whales, although some hunting has happened for scientific purposes and some traditional uses, but hunting of whales has really greatly reduced. The Convention for Biological Diversity has also propelled marine conservation as well, and many other international treaties are coming now to support marine conservation. So basically, during the 20th century, we have seen a path of increasing pressures. Maybe between 1980 to present, we are slowing down many of those pressures, except climate change and some forms of pollution. And then the road ahead is actually to reverse the damage and recover the loss of blue natural capital in the ocean that supports our well-being and generates, as said in the opening session of the conference, many, many benefits for society. So I will just give an example of the positive impact of the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species and also the moratorium on whale hunting. They come from 1975 and 1982. And for instance, now out of 92 marine species, large marine animals that are being closely monitored at global scale, 2% of them are increasing, 10% of them are decreasing, and the remaining show relatively stable populations. So the number of populations of large marine species that were impacted by hunting that are now on the rise is actually much larger than the ones that are decreasing. So for the first time, we have overall an improvement in the status of large marine animals. One of those animals is the humpback whale. And in fact, one of the reasons why the moratorium on whale hunting was declared about 40 years ago is that this species was down to only about 200 animals in the ocean, and every biologist thought that they were earmarked for extinction, with that very small number left in the ocean. But since the hunting moratorium, there's been an important rebound of humpback whales in the ocean, and by now, and we're not talking about a small species, we're talking about one of the largest species in the ocean, and by now the population size is estimated to be about 60 to 80,000 animals in the ocean, starting from only 240 years ago, and they continue to grow, and in fact they have been removed from a critical endangered or species of concern, because the assessment is that the humpback whale is back to the historical level of the population. This is a remarkable achievement, but it's one that we do not celebrate enough, and it's not the only one. Also, in 1900s, the northern elephant seal, which is a marine species that occurs in the shorelines of the Pacific coast of North America and other regions, then they were only down to about 20 animals in one colony in Mexico. And again, it was thought that we were going to lose the northern elephant seal. Then the US declared prohibited the hunting of the northern elephant seal that was hunted mostly for oil, but also for other purposes on the skin. And then now there are more than 250,000 northern elephant seals that are in colonies in the American Pacific. So again, a remarkable example of recovery. And even though there were only 20 animals left from the same colony in a small island in the Mexican Pacific, there is no evidence that there were genetic bottlenecks that created problems on the health of the population. So the ocean is remarkably resilient, and if we give it a break, it does rebound. And it does rebound with strength, as we see here. So in 2020, we published a paper in the journal Nature called Rebuilding Marine Life, where we gathered scientific information that showed that it is possible, it is hard, but is it possible to largely rebuild the abundance of marine life to historical levels for most of the components of the ocean and habitats that we have lost. It showed that recovery rates are typically in the order of 2 decades for most habitats and species. Once we remove pressures and assist the recovery, that recovery can be achieved within about 20 years. So we propose that it is possible to recover the abundance of marine life in the ocean or rebuild the blue natural capital of the oceans in the time span of one human generation. That is about 30 years, and therefore bring back a healthy ocean by 2050. So this is again a grand challenge. It will be very hard to achieve. It will require significant international efforts, but it's possible, and it's a moral obligation, but it's also a good business opportunity, because we calculate that for every dollar that will go into this task of rebuilding the abundance of marine life, there will be $10 generated in the real economy, not in terms of ecosystem services that might be or not monetarized, but really on the real economy, based on reduced damage to shorelines from sea level rise and cyclones, improved coastal protection, then contributions of rebuilding marine life to mitigating climate change, and also improvement the production of seafood and fish in the ocean, and many other benefits that come along with rebuilding marine life. So it is possible, but we need to implement 5 main actions, which is to protect species and to protect and restore spaces, which are the mandates of the National Center for Wildlife when it comes to ocean, and also now the new General Commission for the Conservation of Turtles and Corals, whose CEO is with us, that is going to focus particularly on those 2 components. And then we need to remove pollution. We need to harvest wisely, so we avoid overfishing and rebuild fish stocks. And we need to raise the ambition in an effort to mitigate climate change. But in addition to those 5 actions, there is one that is critically important. So when I'm asked what is the major threat or risk to the ocean, and the journalists believe that I'm going to say something like plastic pollution or climate change or habitat loss, really my answer to that is that the major risk to the ocean is that we give up on the dream of restoring a healthy ocean. Because that is possible, but if we give up, we will not apply our efforts to achieve this goal. And it is important that we believe that this is possible and we apply all possible efforts to rebuild the abundance of marine life. Oftentimes we are bombarded with negative news about the state of the ocean and about problems of climate change, acidification, deoxygenation, plastic pollution. And yes, there are many problems that we need to tackle, but there are also small victories that we do not celebrate enough. Some of them are not small, like rebuilding the historical abundance of humpback whales, but the general public does not know about these victories because the headlines of the news are biased towards the negative news. So my research team and I are now about to publish a paper called A New Geography of Ocean Hope, where we map up conservation success around the ocean and we identify what were the keys and the levers and the actors that were involved in delivering those successes, because we do have victories, but they are just not shared. And in the World Ocean Day, it's important that we celebrate our victories and we apply our best endeavors to make sure that the victories become broader, wider, and bolder. So, for instance, I mentioned that the number of populations of marine mammals that are increasing is overall across the ocean larger than those that are decreasing, and there are some that are remaining stable. So that pie chart is actually improving over time, and every time that an assessment is being made, then we find more species that are in recovering and in recovery trajectory compared to those that continue to be lost. So this is something that also, again, we need to communicate, and we need to communicate that efforts to conserve marine species work, and when we regulate hunting, when we regulate bycatch, species do recover. This figure here on the left, you cannot read the small print, but are a series of examples of recovery of a range of marine animals and habitats. So you can see that recovery rates can be very, very rapid. And on the right, you cannot see it well, but we summarize the timescales required for recovery, which are for most habitats about 2 decades once the pressure is removed. So typically the response time of ecosystems and the recovery timescales are 2 decades. For some of them, like deep sea ecosystems, the recovery times are slower because the growth rates are slower. But even for some species that have long population life cycles, like sea turtles, we're actually seeing a faster recovery than we anticipated. So recovery occurs rapidly in the ocean once we remove pressures. And in fact, I would say that recovery of this scale in the land is not possible because we have already altered too much of the habitat and we have already lost too many species. On land, we have lost about 4,000 species. In the ocean, only 20. Each of those, it's a major loss, but still the ocean ecosystem remains largely intact and capable to respond. Actually, one of those 20 species is a fish species in the Red Sea that was lost about 50 years ago. All of the other losses happen elsewhere. So we are seeing some habitats like seagrass, which are here on the left side. You need to focus, actually you don't see the yellow line, but that's the one you need to focus on. But this shows the trends in seagrass meadows in Europe, for which we have good monitoring data, so that's at the scale of the whole of Europe. And between 1930 and the end of the 20th century, we were seeing consistent losses at a rate of about 3 to 5% per decade or more, or faster. The steepest losses were in the 1980s, and those were due to eutrophication, to deteriorated water quality due to excess fertilizer and nutrient inputs to the ocean, organic inputs to the ocean. And at the end of the 20th century, it was felt that we probably will lose, continue to lose seagrass, and that perhaps some nations will lose seagrass altogether. And at the end of the 20th century, when I had already been working on marine science for about 20 years, then I would not be very optimistic on the fate of the ocean. I would not be able to share an optimistic perspective. But something is happening in the 21st century where if we pay attention carefully to news, not the headlines of the newspaper that tend to be negative, but the scientific reports that are coming up on the status of ecosystems and species, we actually see a tide of rebound and a tide of blue that is coming up, and it's actually the outcome of the policies that were introduced in the 1970s and 80s to propel conservation, to avoid hunting and illegal trade of species, to remove pollution, and also to increase marine protected areas in the ocean. So it takes about 2 decades, 30 years, for the benefits of those policies to be tangible, and that's why we now start to see the benefits in phenomena. And then for the first time in Europe, we are seeing a trend towards seagrass recovery for the first time in a century on the last decade. So we have now gained seagrass area rather than lost in Europe, but the same we can see in North America, where seagrasses are coming up, also in Japan, China, Australia, and other nations. So this is not just a single event, it's happening in large regions of the ocean. And on the right side, we see the trajectory of mangrove loss. So mangroves have been lost at rates of about 3% per year during much of the 20th century, and that's about 10 times faster than the rate of loss of tropical forest. So probably one of the ecosystems that was being lost more rapidly across the ocean. But if we look carefully, around the turn of the century, around 2000, the loss rates have been slowing down, and right now we are not losing mangroves anymore at the global scale. So there are gains and losses, and they're more or less balanced. And in fact, in some regions of the world, we are gaining mangroves. In the Red Sea, we have updated our estimates, and between 1970, when the estimated area of mangroves in the Red Sea was about 110 square kilometers, the current area in 2021 is about 170. So we have nearly increased by 50% the area of mangroves. And the same we've seen in some regions of the Arabian Gulf, where due to the efforts of the Sheikh of Abu Dhabi, that in the 1970s realized the importance of mangroves, embarked in the world's largest mangrove reforestation program that has delivered 50% increase of the mangroves in the Arabian Gulf. We also see now positive trends in mangroves in other nations, in the Indian Ocean, in most of the nations, and also in Mexico. So mangroves are no longer declining, and now we have the ambition to bring them back. And that will require that we move along that curve, that we are able to recover about 1 to 1.5% of mangroves per year over the next 50 years. And if we do so, we will be able to go back to the historical extent of mangrove. The main drivers of this is coastal protection, which was evidenced during the tsunami that caused 250,000 casualties in the Indian Ocean in 2004. And that led to major mangrove afforestation programs in Indian Ocean nations, but also now the realization that mangroves, along with seagrass and salt marshes, are the most intense carbon sinks in the biosphere. So now the main driver of mangrove afforestation is actually climate action and nature-based solutions and the carbon credits that come along with those actions. So that has become now a major driver of the restoration of mangroves, salt marshes, and to a lesser extent, also seagrass. So here there should be, but I cannot run them. I don't know if the technical team can start the videos, but these are 2 videos that should show the rate of growth of marine protected areas and marine habitat restoration. But if they do not start, because I don't have a mouse, I cannot click on the, oh, yes. So now we see the rate of growth of marine protected areas. The first ones started in North America in the 1960s and Canada, then mushroom around the Arctic, and now as we approach the 21st century, then we can see them grow all around the ocean and grow in size and improved in distribution. So by 2020, the area of the ocean that was protected, and then you can argue if the protection was being effective or more or less effective, but the area of the ocean that was designated for protection was 7.5%. And at the beginning of the 21st century, so only 20 years ago, we only have 0.4% of the ocean protected. So yes, we did not achieve the 10%, that was the target for 2020, but we are really on track of achieving 30% of the ocean protected by 2030. And His Royal Highness, our Crown Prince, announced in the announcement of the Saudi Green Initiative the commitment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to protect 30% of the economic exclusive zone of the Kingdom by 2030 as well. So there is a pledge that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has joined, and in fact the National Center of Wildlife is now planning the deployment of that 30% in both the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. So if the technical team can kindly now activate the video on the right side below where it says, yeah. So now we can see also marine restoration projects. So conservation allows recovery, but recovery can be accelerated by active engagement through restoration projects. So we can see that already in the 1980s there were major restoration projects of different kinds. The first projects were mangroves, then oyster reefs, then some projects looking at seagrass and coral reefs, and then the number of projects of restoration are really growing rapidly across the ocean, and same also for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where projects to restore mangroves were initiated long ago. I think probably pioneered by Saudi Aramco, had some of the earliest mangrove restoration projects, but then there are also now restoration projects for seagrass and also coral reefs. So in the 20th century, we're seeing a wave of active engagement to restore the oceans by protecting the ocean and also by restoring the ocean. So this is a summary of what we've seen. So this is the rate of the percent of the global ocean that was protected. As you can see, only 0.4% of the ocean was protected in year 2000 at the beginning of the century. In 2019, it was 77.8%. And then the goal is to have 30% protected by 2030, and why not half of the ocean protected by 2050. And you can also see a very rapid growth of restoration projects along the world. And this is not only a growth in the number of projects, but also a growth in the size of the projects. So the size of restoration projects is becoming larger, and the most challenging remain coral reef restoration, and the most challenging element of rebuilding marine life remains coral reefs, because the current projection is that with climate change, even if we meet the most ambitious goal under the Paris Agreement, we might lose 75 to 90% of the extant coral reefs, and only in the last decade, we lost about 14% of the reefs, and mostly due to rising temperatures and increasing marine heat waves. So achieving not only conservation but recovery of coral reefs is the hardest of all components of the ambition to rebuild marine life. It's one goal that is very important for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia because of the important assets on coral reefs that your nation holds. And due to that awareness of the importance of coral reefs, in 2020, during the Saudi presidency of the G20, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia led an initiative called the Global Coral R&D Accelerator Platform. That is a new instrument of the G20 to accelerate the development of technologies to be able to effectively conserve and restore coral reefs at scale. Because if the prospect with the current science and technology is that we will lose 75 to 90% of corals, that means that the current science and technology is not good enough. And we need to generate the next best science and technology that allow us not only to conserve, but also start recovering the lost area of coral reefs. So that a global platform that is called CORDAP is actually hosted in Saudi Arabia. The platform central node is in KAUST and is supported by KAUST. 16 of the 20 nations of the G20 opted to participate, and then the strategic plan of the platform was already released. There will be a launch of the platform and a physical meeting during the UN Conference of Oceans in Lisbon in 2 weeks, which happens to be my hometown where I was born. And then I'm also serving as the executive director of the platform. So a very, very important contribution led from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the world. And it also makes me proud that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was elected by the other 15 nations that opted in the platform as the inaugural chair of the platform, recognizing the commitment and leadership of the Kingdom with coral conservation. So marine protected areas are hugely important, not only to conserve, but also to mitigate climate change. So we published a paper some years back where we summarize the benefits of marine protection for climate action. And therefore, when we protect the oceans, we do not only recover marine life, but we also contribute to many other of our challenges, such as mitigating climate change and also increasing the delivery and security of food coming from the ocean. And now the UN recognizes that blue foods is really the most important promise. Food from the ocean is the most important promise for food security in the future. This is particularly important when we are facing an incoming global food security crisis with the conflict in Ukraine, and the ocean is going to become a very, very important source of sustainable and low carbon footprint food for the planet. But just to conclude, I think we need to value in this World Ocean Day the blue natural capital that represents the endowment of life in the ocean that supports our well-being. This actually is the cover page and one of the photos of a book that I've been editing and that will be presented in Lisbon in 2 weeks, and highlights the importance of blue natural capital and the need to invest in recovery in this capital because it's going to sustain the livelihoods of future generations. So the mantra that we need to conserve the little that we have left in the ocean is no longer acceptable. We need to push the ambition to regenerate, like the Red Sea project is doing with its pledge to increase the conservation value of the site by 30% by 2040. So now we need to move into a new ethic of regeneration. And again, investing in blue natural capital is their master's, a very smart investment option. And a friend of mine recently wrote that blue natural capital is the new real estate because the returns of investment are as high as those in real estate. Thank you very much.
الدكتور أخذ من وقت اللي بعده ولذلك لازم يختصرون الوقت شوي. المهددات والحلول المستدامة للمحافظة على الشعاب المرجانية مع الدكتور ألكسندر أديمزي مؤسسة الأمير خالد بن سلطان للمحيطات الحية.
Hello, good morning. My name is Alexandra Dempsey, and I'm the Director of Science Management for the Khalid bin Sultan Living Oceans Foundation. And today I will be speaking to you about the work that the Foundation has done studying coral reefs around the world and the threats that they are currently experiencing. To begin, I think it's important to acknowledge specifically what the coral reef crisis is. The coral reef crisis has reduced coral cover over the last 3 decades by an estimated 80% in the Western Atlantic, 40% in the Indo-Pacific, and 50% on the Great Barrier Reef, resulting in just shy of about half of the planet's reefs, which is quite a dire situation. And to help combat the coral reef crisis, the Khalid bin Sultan Living Oceans Foundation launched the Global Reef Expedition, where we traveled around the globe visiting 16 countries from the Saudi Arabian coastline through the Caribbean, the South Pacific, and ending in the Indian Ocean. We were able to survey over 1,200 sites, spending over 20,000 hours underwater, and it became markedly clear to the scientists and those involved with the expedition that coral reefs globally are in trouble. And so what are some of the biggest threats to coral reefs? Climate change and rising ocean temperatures are taking an astonishing toll on coral reefs by causing heat stress that leads to these mass bleaching events that are starting to appear in headlines all over the world. And stressors like pollution and overfishing, as well as coastal development, are also killing coral reefs worldwide. But perhaps one of the biggest findings from the Global Reef Expedition was that overfishing was seen in nearly every location we visited. Many studies look at offshore fishing populations and stock assessments, but we really focused on studying reef fish that are an important resource for protein and for the economy for millions of people globally. Here you can see our surveys that were completed from 2011 and 2015, where our data showed that most of the countries fell at or below the scientifically accepted threshold for reef fish biomass for a sustainable reef fish population. You can see that in the red bar that's across the graph there. In this graph, you can see fish biomass in terms of kilograms per 100 meters squared. And the threshold range in red highlights many of the reef fish communities around the world, and especially in the Caribbean, are at or below the suggested level for sustainable reef fish populations. On the right side of the graph here in yellow, highlighted there, you can see regions highlighted like the Chagos Archipelago, the Galapagos, and the Great Barrier Reef are both strictly and fiercely protected by policy and can only be accessed with a permit, or going through a very stringent and vetted process to be able to have access to those areas. And these regions also had the largest population of large predators such as sharks, which contribute to the higher biomass value. These well-protected areas highlight the need for strict conservation and show that when enforced very well, it does seem to work to conserve the reef ecosystem. And throughout most of the Pacific, we found that a majority of the targeted economically important fish species, so the fish that people are actually out on the reef to catch, so like your groupers and your snappers, fish of sustenance, were mainly made up of small fish, less than 20 centimeters in length, which is quite small. And this, of course, is alarming because when you remove the large reproductively mature fish, that can lead to a population collapse, and we expect to see this in many locations in the Indo-Pacific. Another threat to coral reefs are corallivores, or organisms that specifically eat coral tissue. And on many of the reefs, predators such as crown of thorn starfish, the predators that eat crown of thorn starfish are being overharvested. So animals like the trumpet tritons and the triggerfish are being overharvested, which is allowing these huge outbreaks of crown of thorn starfish all throughout the Pacific. And what's also compounding that problem is the combination of excess runoff and nitrification of the water. So we've encountered numbers of crown of thorns outbreaks throughout the Global Reef Expedition, and these voracious predators can consume all of the corals on a reef in a matter of weeks. They have, they're also the most reproductively successful invertebrate in the ocean. So here you see a graph that shows the mean coral cover across the globe from the Global Reef Expedition. So again, this is from 2011 to 2015. On the left there, you see the percent coral cover, and then on the bottom there on the graph, you can see all the different countries that we visited. But here, you can see starkly that the variation between global coral cover is quite stark. The Caribbean had the lowest overall coral cover, which can be contributed to many natural and anthropogenic disturbances that these reefs have experienced really over the past 30 years. This includes unmitigated runoff from nearshore developments, coral disease outbreaks, coral bleaching events, and diadema die-offs, which are the black spiny urchin. Within the South Pacific, the proximity to the Coral Triangle and remoteness seem to be a driving factor in the amount of coral cover that is located in these regions. However, as you can see, there is quite the spread between, some of the areas in French Polynesia and in the Cook Islands, and that we believe is due to active or historical crown of thorns outbreaks that really decimated the coral cover population in these areas. And while many of these reefs have the ability to recover and did show some signs of recovery with recruitment, when we went back and resurveyed the reefs in the Cook Islands in the South Pacific, and specifically the island of Aitutaki, we did see little evidence of any recovery just yet. So when these crowns of thorns, as we say, kind of infect an area, they really do sometimes, irreparable damage, which will take decades and decades and decades for the reefs to rebound, and that is something that is alarming. In the Red Sea, we did some coral reef surveys in 2006 and 2009, which again was quite some time ago, but the baseline data there shows that the Fairson Banks actually had coral reef or coral cover that's just shy of 30%. But again, here still, we did see crown of thorns actively in an outbreak, specifically in Al-Waj, actually in Fairson Islands, where really had very, very high numbers of crown of thorns starfish. Coastal runoff and pollution bring nutrients to the coastal marine waters, which can impact benthic and fish communities, delaying recovery of the reef from disturbance or its ability to recover from a crown of thorns outbreak or a strong storm event or a bleaching event. And frequently, pollution from nearby aquaculture will bring excess nutrients into the water, which causes an overabundance of bacteria and algae growth. And this, of course, is problematic as it can cause massive fish die-offs, and this increase in algal growth takes up, precious reef, clean reef substrate that allows the ability to corals to successfully settle and reproduce. The short video clip I just showed really shows how coastal pollution and numerous changes in ecosystems can lead to algal-dominated benthic community. And we saw, clips. This video like this was very commonplace to see underwater in the Caribbean, as there's starting to be a phase shift from a predominantly coral reef dominated ecosystem to now an algal-based ecosystem. And climate change is having the biggest impact not only on coral reefs, but on the entire ocean. As climate change continues to worsen, it is causing larger and more frequent bleaching events, increasing the frequency and severity of cyclones and hurricanes, and making the oceans more acidic. In the video I just played there is from an area in the Indian Ocean called the Chagos Archipelago, and we were there in 2015, and we were one of the first people to observe an active bleaching event in real time. And that's where you see these corals here are looking kind of these fluorescent colors and looking quite pale. And this is what a reef looks like when it starts to bleach. And we did share our data with partners who resurveyed the reef, specifically this location a year later. And reefs that we reported to be having 50 to 80% live coral cover had been reduced to 5 to 10%. So what can be done to protect coral reefs? Mitigating these threats is critical for the survival of the world's reefs. There are many measures that can be taken to mitigate these threats, and I'll be sharing a few of them, the most common and successful that we've been able to help implement along the way of the as we were on the Global Reef Expedition. But of course, the most successful ways to protect marine ecosystem is through the development and enforcement of marine protected areas. During our research, we found that marine protected areas were successful in conserving reefs, especially the ones with the strictest access. The most successful MPAs were, no take, no entry, meaning nobody was allowed to enter these areas without a special permit or going through a very lengthy vetting process. This ensures that the coral reef ecosystem as a whole is experiencing less external pressures, and these highly managed areas provide a refuge for many reef organisms and reef fish that allows them to reproduce successfully and hopefully have what we call a spillover effect. So if an area is protected and the ecosystem is able to rebound and organisms are able to successfully reproduce, a spillover effect can occur. So where you protect certain areas, it will then reseed areas outside that protection to help promote coral reef resiliency in that area. The next is once a marine protected area is established, or not even necessarily a marine protected area, but a locally managed area or a specially managed area, adaptive management is a key process to use to better mitigate and manage marine resources, especially with rapid changes that they're experiencing. And essentially, as you can see here in this graphic, what you do is you assess what the problem is. In this instance, it's coral reefs are bleaching, or coral reefs are under stress of diseases or crown of thorns. And you specifically make a plan that addresses that issue. You implement the plan, you monitor the plan, and you evaluate the plan, but most importantly, you adjust the plan. You look at what policies perhaps are not really are not effective. And that way it's able to really be to really allow the management to be specifically tailored for the area that you're trying to protect. Because one thing that is been proven in a lot of research and a lot of monitoring is that marine protected areas and specially managed areas are not a one-size-fits-all. Each reef and each location is going to need its own particular monitoring program to help protect the reefs. Managing land-based disturbances can provide relief to ecosystems. Here, this is a picture of nickel mining in New Caledonia, which led to excessive runoff into the near bay and reefs, as you can see as the water is discolored in kind of an orange or burnt orange color right there off the coast. And we shared our findings with the government so they could use this information to understand the impacts of this runoff and find a better way to mitigate the problem. So by better managing land-based disturbances such as coastal development and runoff can help provide relief to the ecosystem and hopefully boost resiliency for the reefs to then recover. The College bin Sultan Living Oceans Foundation has developed several crown of thorns mitigation and removal programs that helps communities that are having crown of thorns outbreaks identify the outbreak and the many methods that can be taken to remove the starfish. When an outbreak is detected, the important and most critical next steps are to remove the starfish off of the reef. And swift action will manage the population and remove or exterminate as many organisms as possible to avoid, long-term damage to the coral reefs. And throughout our work on the Global Reef Expedition, we found that ocean literacy was lacking in most of the world. Many people understood that their resources were becoming depleted, but didn't understand necessarily why. And by educating communities, especially the youth, about their marine resources, engaging with community members, they're more likely to have what we call local stakeholder buy-in, or they're able to make behavioral changes or set up their own protection areas. And by doing that and engaging with the community, they're more willing to invest in management practices and are more willing to follow enforcement rules. And of course, it's incredibly, incredibly important to have open access data and to have sharing data and designing studies that include communities, that not only rely on their resources, for their livelihoods as well as for, for income, but also, a lot of coastal communities have a strong relationship with the ocean. And we need to be able to have these data shared back with them. And so when implementing the Global Reef Expedition, we used a co-design process, which allowed us not only to work with, many, many prestigious experts in the field, but we were able to bring the science back to the communities so they were able to develop science-based solutions. So these are monitoring practices or protection practices that are very deeply seated in rigorous science. We also conducted education outreach in conjunction with scientific research, and using this three-pronged approach of communication and community outreach, education both at the community level and the school level, and then obviously scientific research. When you pull all those resources together, you're able to uplift communities and help them create successful marine protected areas and help with fishing closures that have resulted in conservation of the reefs globally. And now is the time for action. I think everybody here at the conference has definitely understood the need to protect the ocean, and it's more imperative now that we take action to conserve our coral reefs, making sure that scientific data is understandable, making sure that it's usable and accessible to communities, and will empower them with the information to make meaningful changes. Thank you very much, but of course, none of this incredible coral reef research work would not have been possible without the incredible support and from our founder, Prince Khaled bin Sultan. Without his vision of this Global Reef Expedition and Science Without Borders, none of this incredible work and the incredible knowledge that we harness would have been possible. So thank you very much.
جهود أرامكو السعودية في حماية البيئة البحرية، الأستاذ هتان بلخي، الوقت يلي تساعدنا فيه.
السلام عليكم. بس الأول البرزنتيشن لو سمحتوا. السلام عليكم and good afternoon everyone. My name is Hattan Balkhi from the Environmental Protection Department in Saudi Aramco. And today I'm gonna be giving you a glance of Saudi Aramco's efforts in protecting the marine environment. So Saudi Aramco traces its beginning to 1933 when the concession agreement was signed between Saudi Arabia and the Standard Oil Company of California. And since then, the company have been given the right to develop the Eastern Province for the extraction of natural resources. Fast forward to 1963, the company has issued its first environmental protection policy as a testimony to the company's commitment to protect and preserve the environment. And since then, the company's journey to protect the marine environment has begun. This is a timeline of the major events that Aramco has efforts that Aramco has exerted in the protection of the marine environment. Most of these are in the Arabian Gulf. However, they can be replicated in the Red Sea. So it all started when we wanted to strengthen our relationship with the marine environment and to have a better understanding of it. And with that, we have established strong collaboration efforts with two local universities, the King Fahd University and King Abdullah University, to study the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. These collaborations have shown us how important the marine environment is and what are the risks and threats. So the company has started to tackle these threats using a scientific and practical approaches. Generally speaking, Saudi Aramco's operational areas are restricted. So we are already protecting whatever area we are working in, as they are no-take zones. In addition to that, the company has started a program to designate corporate protected areas around the kingdom. And so far, we have designated 4 marine protected areas in Rahima Bay, Abu Ali, Manifa, and Tanajib. Of course, we have to speak about mangrove as well. Mangrove is considered to be the superhero tree around the globe because of their capability to enhance biodiversity and store carbon. Saudi Aramco's efforts started in 1993 when they have planted less than 100 seedlings in Abu Ali. And 5 years after that, the seedlings have shown great progress. And if you go to that area right now, that's what you will see, a mangrove forest. So it's amazing what less than 100 seedlings can do. And since then, the company have started major campaigns along the coastal areas of the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. And we have so far planted 13 million mangrove trees, and we have a plan to reach 100 million. In addition to planting, we have also established the first mangrove eco-park in the Eastern Province to conserve and preserve one of the last naturally occurring mangrove habitats in the Eastern Province, and to act as an awareness and community landmark. The sea is filled with treasures in its stomach. So one of these treasures are seaweed. The company is now developing a pilot program to cultivate seaweed. The beauty about seaweed is that they don't need land to grow. They don't need fresh water or fertilizers, and they have a great capability of capturing nutrients and CO2, and as well as enhance biodiversity. And with this, to make this a reality, we are hoping to get the support from our partners in the National Center for Wildlife. The habitats that are within Saudi Aramco's operational areas are unique, especially the mangroves, the salt marshes, and the seaweed areas. So in 2019, the company has started a program that we call the Blue Carbon Initiative to study and assess the carbon capture and storage capabilities of these habitats, and how we can use nature-based solutions to adapt to climate change. We also had efforts in protecting turtles. With our collaboration with King Fahd University, we have identified the species that go around the Arabian Gulf, We have established a satellite tracking system to track turtle movements and identify their nesting grounds and feeding grounds. And on top of that, to have a positive impact on turtles, we have established a community-based turtle rehabilitation center in one of our communities in Ras Al-Noura. Coral reef protection is one of our goals. Since they are limited in distribution in the Arabian Gulf, they are considered to be the biodiversity centers, and they are the nesting grounds. Unfortunately, natural reefs are facing risks and stresses due to human activities such as boat anchoring and leisure diving. So to combat that, the company has deployed mooring buoys around offshore islands to allow boat owners to tie their boats instead of dropping the anchor and damaging coral. Artificial coral reefs. This is one of the things that we have been working on as a part of the restoration program or restoration efforts for the marine environment. So we have established a scientific methodology to assess the effectiveness of different modules and structures in enhancing biodiversity for coral biodiversity and enhancing coral reef regeneration. The study results have found that the best structure will be to have an array, or what we call a mega reef, deployed to enhance the area. And since then, and with the endorsement of the Ministry of Environment, we have deployed more than 10,000 modules at 42 sites around the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. We have 10 mega structures as well deployed already in the Red Sea. Again, if we're talking about restorations, we have our fisheries program that aims to restock native fish in the Arabian Gulf to support biodiversity and support the fishing industry. So we have built a fish hatchery that will release its native juvenile fish into an artificial lagoon that is planted with mangrove, and it is then complemented with an artificial reef outside of the lagoon. This is to give juvenile fish the stepping stone into the sea. In Aramco, we also understand the importance of engaging the communities in protection of the marine environment. So we continuously organize shoreline cleanup campaigns to remove washed up trash and plastic and prevent disturbances to marine life. Of course, all of this wouldn't be possible without the support and help from our partners in the government and our collaborations with the universities, and we look forward for more work and collaborations to achieve and meet the Kingdom's vision of sustainable environment. Thank you for your attention.
أهمية البيئة البحرية للمملكة العربية السعودية وما يتم القيام به لمراقبتها وحمايتها. المهندس عزيز آل عثمان من المركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يقول الله تعالى: هو الذي سخر البحر لتأكلوا منه لحما طريا وتستخرجوا منه حلية تلبسونها وترى الفلك مواخر فيه ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون. اللهم لك الحمد ولك الشكر على ما أنعمت به على بلادنا من بيئة بحرية زاخرة. لقد أولت قيادتنا وحكومتنا الرشيدة بقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين وولي عهده الأمين حفظهم الله أهمية بالغة للحفاظ على مقدراتنا البيئية واستدامتها، وفي هذا الشأن تم إصدار القرارات والتشريعات واللوائح التنفيذية للحفاظ على البيئة وتنميتها وضمان استدامتها. ومن ضمن هذه اللوائح اللائحة التنفيذية للإدارة المستدامة للبيئة البحرية والساحلية، والتي تطرقت إلى نطاق العمل للمركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي جنباً إلى جنب مع المركز الشقيق للمركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية والمراكز الأخرى الشقيقة. كما تطرقت إلى الاشتراطات والضوابط والقيود والتراخيص والمخالفات وإيقاع العقوبات في التعامل مع البيئة البحرية، وكل هذا ينبع من منطلق الفهم الواسع لما للبحار والمحيطات من أهمية كبيرة في تكامل النظام البيئي، فهي تساهم بنصيب وافر في المحافظة على التوازن البيولوجي للكرة الأرضية، وتعد مصدراً هاماً للغذاء وتحلية المياه، ومصدر للطاقة، ومصدر لعديد من الثروات المعدنية والنباتية المختلفة، وصناعة بعض الأغذية والصناعات الدوائية، وسبيل للنقل والمواصلات، ومجال للترفيه والسياحة. وتعمل كمخزن ضخم لتخزين غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون والأكسجين، وتساهم كذلك في تنظيم مكونات الغلاف الجوي، وتحافظ على الموازنة الحرارية للكرة الأرضية. وتأتي الرعاية الكريمة من لدن معالي وزير البيئة والمياه والزراعة لأعمال هذه الورشة المتخصصة لإبراز دور المملكة في الحفاظ على بيئة البحر الأحمر، ودليل عزم صانع القرار في هذه البلاد المباركة للحفاظ على أهمية مقدراتنا البيئية وضمان استدامتها. وتكمن أهمية البحر الأحمر بكونه أحد أهم الحيود البحرية على الكرة الأرضية، حيث يزخر بالشعب المرجانية التي تحتوي العديد من الكائنات البحرية النادرة، كما يزخر بموارده الأحيائية والطبيعية وجمالها وتنوعها ونقاء وصفاء مياهه وتعدد المظاهر الطبوغرافية على سواحله. ويعد البحر الأحمر المكان الأكبر في المملكة للتجمع الحضري، كما يعد من أدفأ مناطق العالم، وهذه ميزة ستجعله في المستقبل القريب وجهة سياحية، ناهيك عن أهمية موقعه الاستراتيجي في التجارة العالمية، بوصفه حلقة الوصل الجغرافية بين المحيط الهندي والبحر الأبيض المتوسط، وطريق عبور التجارة لقارات الشرق والغرب، حيث يعبر من خلاله ما يزيد عن 29,000 قطعة بحرية خلال العام الواحد. وكما يعرف الجميع، البحر الأحمر يشكل أهمية بالغة للعالم الإسلامي قاطبة، كونه البوابة البحرية للحرمين الشريفين، التي يصل من خلالها عدد كبير من المسلمين لأداء الحج والعمرة عبر موانئ المملكة العربية السعودية، التي تزخر بتراث حضاري وإرث إنساني سجل عبر التاريخ على امتداد سواحلها المطلة على البحر الأحمر. ومن واقع اكتساب هذه الأهمية ينبع التهديد والخطر بالتدهور البيئي والتلوث. وانطلاقاً من رؤية 2030 التي من أهم أهدافها التنمية المستدامة لموارد البيئة البحرية والساحلية في المملكة العربية السعودية، واستشعاراً لهذا الخطر قام المركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي وضمن برنامج التحول الوطني بتنفيذ مبادرة تتكون من مرحلتين، حيث تم الانتهاء من المرحلة الأولى بالتعاون مع جامعة الملك عبد الله للعلوم والتقنية، وهي عبارة عن دراسة تقييمية لحماية المناطق البحرية والساحلية للبحر الأحمر والخليج العربي، حيث تم من خلال هذه الدراسة تقييم شامل للوضع الراهن للبيئة البحرية في المملكة، شملت صياغة الأهداف والأولويات الوطنية للبيئة الساحلية في المملكة، وذلك من خلال تحديد وترتيب مصادر وأسباب التلوث الساحلي، وكذلك تحديد الاستراتيجيات الوقائية والعلاجية للحد من تأثير التلوث البحري، ووضع الخطط التفصيلية للمراقبة المستمرة للبيئة البحرية في المملكة العربية السعودية. وسعياً لتحقيق هذه الأهداف، فقد اشتملت الدراسة على تحديد المؤشرات البيئية الرئيسية من خلال المراجعة النظرية للدراسات السابقة، ومراجعة سياسات وأنظمة إدارة المنطقة الساحلية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وكذلك تحديد خصائص مخاطر التلوث لساحل البحر الأحمر الناجمة عن الأنشطة البشرية مثل البناء الساحلي والصيد التجاري وتربية الأحياء المائية والتنقيب عن النفط ونقله وتصريفات المشروعات الصناعية ومرافق معالجة الصرف الصحي ومحطات توليد الكهرباء وتحلية المياه وغيرها. وكذلك تم التطرق للسياسات المقترحة لإدارة التلوث الذي يؤثر على البيئة البحرية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وتوجيه جهود المملكة للوفاء بالالتزامات الدولية بشأن السيطرة على التلوث البحري. كما تم كذلك إجراء مسوحات ميدانية للمناطق ذات الأولوية والحساسية العالية لتوفير معلومات عالية الدقة ومحدثة حول الظروف البيئية لهذه المناطق. كما اشتملت المرحلة الأولى على تدريب عدد من منسوبي المركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي على منهجية جمع العينات والتحاليل الكيميائية والفيزيائية والبيولوجية والقاعية التي تم إجراءها على متن إحدى السفن الأبحاث العالمية، وقد تم إكمال البرنامج والتدريب مع أحد المراكز العالمية للأبحاث البحرية. وإلى هنا فقد انتهت المرحلة الأولى لهذه المبادرة بنهاية العام 2021، والتي شملت تصميم خطة تنفيذية للمرحلة الثانية من المبادرة، حيث يجري العمل حالياً على البدء في تنفيذها، وهي عبارة عن برنامج متكامل للرقابة الآنية للمناطق الساحلية في البحر الأحمر والخليج العربي، تستخدم فيها أحدث التقنيات ابتداءً من الأقمار الصناعية والرادارات والمستشعرات الأرضية والطوافات والعوامات البحرية وطائرات الدرون وجمع العينات المخبرية وربطها بغرفة رقابة مركزية وبشكل آني. ختاماً، لا يسعني إلا أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لحسن استماعكم، راجياً المولى عز وجل لكم التوفيق في أعمال هذه الورشة، ونتطلع إلى تشجيع البحث العلمي والعمل المشترك من أجل المحافظة على البيئة البحرية وجمالها وثرواتها الطبيعية. شكراً لكم.
تجربة المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي وأيضا مكافحة التصحر في استزراع المانجروف، الدكتور أحمد المنسي. الوقت دائما. طيب.
السلام عليكم. في البداية أحب أشكر المركز الوطني للحياة الفطرية على إقامة هذا الاحتفال الكبير في مناسبة اليوم العالمي للمحيطات. إن شاء الله أكون معكم سريع جدا. كيف تغيير الشاشة؟ طبعا هذا أتكلم عن تجربة المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر في زراعة أشجار المانجروف. وزي ما احنا عارفين إنه الضغوط البيئية اللي حصلت على البيئات عامة وخصوصا المانجروف في العالم، وبدأ الآن الحمد لله إنه يبدأ في حالة توازن، ولكن لا زال أقل مما كان عليه في السابق. طبعا حنتكلم عن أشجار المانجروف وانتشار أشجار المانجروف على سواحل المملكة، وأهمية أشجار المانجروف والضغوط الواقعة على موائل المانجروف وزراعة أشجار المانجروف هنا الكور حقنا، واختيار مواقع المشاتل كيف نختارها وإنشاء المشاتل وغرس الشتلات في المواقع الدائمة، وبعدين المتابعة والصيانة. طبعا عندنا أشجار المانجروف تنمو في المناطق الاستوائية وشبه الاستوائية بين خطي عرض 30 شمالا و30 جنوبا، ويوجد في العالم 73 نوع من أنواع المانجروف تمثل 20 عائلة، وتتميز المانجروف في مقاومتها للعوامل القاسية ودرجة الملوحة، وتصل إلى 50 درجة في الألف. وعندنا وجدنا في المملكة أنها ممكن تصل من 60 إلى 65 في الألف، بس طبعا تكون متقزمة. وكذلك توجد في مناطق المد والجزر. أهمية أشجار المانجروف تحمي الشواطئ من التآكل، وزي ما شفنا تكلم عليها الدكتور كارلوس إنه في إندونيسيا حمت كثير المناطق اللي كانت خلفها، كانت الخسائر والضحايا من الناس أقل، وكذلك تحافظ على جودة المياه بأنها تصفي المياه خصوصا من السيول من العكارة، وهي ملاذ للطيور المهاجرة ومناطق حضانة للأسماك وكثير من الفقاريات، وتخزن الكربون. وهذا أهم شيء عندنا في الوقت الحاضر، لأنه العالم كله بدأ يزرع المانجروف لهذه الخاصية للتخفيف من التغير المناخي، ومنطقة جذب سياحي. هذه صور تبين لنا كيف أهمية المانجروف. عندنا كيف الموجة كيف عالية وكان يصدها الداو. وصلت على فكرة في تسونامي ارتفاع الأمواج إلى 9 أمتار، ومنطقة حضانة للطيور والمقيم والمهاجرة ومنطقة سياحية. وهنا عندنا في الصورة هذه انتشار المانجروف على سواحل المملكة. طبعا عندنا نوعين، الشورى والقندل، الأبيسينيا مارينا والريزوفورا. اللون الأخضر هذا الأبيسينيا مارينا ممتد من الحدود اليمنية حتى شمال ضبع، والقندل موجود في 11 موقع، 4 في ضفة الوجه، و3 في فرسان، و3 في منطقة مكة المكرمة، وفي واحد موقع في منطقة جازان. جدير بالذكر انه تم زراعه المانجروف الريزوفورا ميكروناتا في النص هناك في جهه ينبع الصناعيه حديثا، والموقع غير موجود. نكست. وهنا توزيع المانجروف على ساحل الخليج العربي، يتركز في خليج تاروت وحوالين جزيره ابو علي، وفي الشمال في الخفجي هو مزروع. بعده الضغوط الواقع على أشجار المانجروف والصرف الصحي والردم والتجريف والرعي وزحف الرمال، هذه حاجة غير مألوفة حنشوفها دحين، والتلوث النفطي. بعده نكست. طبعا عندنا الرعي زي ما انتم شايفين على اليسار، كيف قمم النباتات ما بقي اللي ما توصل الإبل، وعندنا هناك على اليمين عمل حاجز ترابي تحت مواسير، بس المويه ما غير كافية للتغير بين اللاجون والبحر المفتوح، لذلك زادت الملوحة وماتت النباتات، والتلوث النفطي على اليسار أسفل، وعلى اليمين التلوث الصرف الصحي والصناعي. بعده هذه يعني صورة غير مألوفة بصراحة، وجدتها بالصدفة كده وأنا ماشي، إنه كثيب رملي ماشي ومغطي الرمل، وعلى يساره كده في أطلال من الجذور نباتات الشورى الأبيسينيا مارينا. فلما رجعت للساتلايت فعلا لقيت إنه الرمال تقدمت، وهذا عبارة عن لسان في جنوب منطقة جازان. ولو تلاحظ من 2001 إلى 2007 كيف تقدم الرمال على الداو وغطت أشجار المانجروف. بعده طبعا اهم شيء عندنا زراعه المانجروف. تمت زراعه 7 مليون شجره ل 2017، وحديثا المركز زرع 2 مليون شجره، والقطاع الخاص زرع 5.6. انا سمعت الان 13 مليون شجره من المحاضره حق أرامكو. والآن يقوم المركز بزراعة 2.2 مليون شجرة في البحر الأحمر والخليج العربي، والرؤية إن شاء الله 2030 لزراعة 100 مليون شجرة. طبعا لما نيجي نزرع المانجروف أهم شيء في الأولات نسوي عملية بحث مكتبي للدراسات السابقة فين أوصوا إنه تزرع، بعدها نمسح عن طريق الصور الأقمار الصناعية عن طريق الجوجل للتعرف على الأماكن المناسبة لأشجار المانجروف لزراعتها. بعد كده نقوم بزيارات تأكيدية للمواقع ونشوف مناسبتها. بعد الزيارات التأكيدية نحاول نزرع 100 شجرة في كل موقع توقعنا انه يكون مناسب للزراعه، ونشوف برضو مدى نجاحها في المناطق المشاتل ومناطق الزراعه الدائمه. وقبل ما بعد ما نختار الموقع طبعا تسوى الارض وتعمل احواض يسيج ويعمل احواض بين في الذات تنزل حوالي 50 سم من 15 ل 20 سم، ويستخدم اكياس بلاستيكيه للشتلات من 15 في 20 ويتعبى بالرمل. وبعد كده تجمع البذور الكبيره الناضجه السليمه، وبعد ما تجمع هذه البذور وتنمو توضع في الاكياس تنقل الى مشاتل المواقع الدائمه. طبعا ما تنقل الا بعد من 6 ل 7 شهور يكون طولها حوالي 60 سم. هذه عمليات عمل المشتل. الصورة هذه اللي هنا اختيار الموقع، بعدين نجرب نختبر الموقع انه كل شيء تمام ونباتت الشتلات على شكل سليم. وفي الصورة اللي هنا موجود بعد وضع الاكياس، تعبئة الاكياس ثم وضعها، بعدين تجمع البذور وتعالج. طبعا تحط في مياه لمدة 24 ساعة 50%، 50 موية مالحة و50 مياه عذبة، وبعدين تقلع القشرة حق البذرة وتوضع لكل كيس بذرة واحدة. اللي بعده. طبعا هذه الصور بعد ما صار المشتل بعد 3 أسابيع و5 أسابيع و7 أسابيع و15 أسبوع. بعد 15 أسبوع حوالي وصلت طولها 25 سم. اللي بعده. غرس الشتلات في المواقع الدائمة. طبعا بعد ما تنمو ل 60 سم توضع في المواقع الدائمة. طبعا المسافة تكون بين الشتلة والشتلة نحطها 1 متر. طبعا يعتمد على المنطقة، إذا كانت المنطقة يعني الهاي انرجي فيها تكون المسافة أقل، إذا كان المنطقة هادية ممكن نخليها 2 متر. اللي بعده لو سمحت. هذه صور تبين لنا كيف الزراعة اللي تمت. هذه طول عمر الشجرة 1.5 سنة بعد المشتل، يعني 7 شهور و1.5 سنة. هذه أخذت بالدرون في منطقة جيزان. طبعا زرع في هذا الموقع حوالي 500,000 شجرة. الموقع طوله حوالي 2 كيلو. اللي بعده. طب هذه صورة أخذت بعد سنة من نقلها للمواقع الدائمة. طبعا لازم نحمل موقع الزراعة بشباك من النايلون زي ما انتم شايفين كيف الطحالب. لو سبنا ما حطينا الشبك ممكن يصير الطحالب تكسر النباتات او يعني تعطلها او يعني ما تخليها تنمو. زي ما احنا شايفين بالرغم من وجود النباتات الحائط في بعض السرقاسيوم على بعض نباتات المانجروف. الصورة اللي تحت على اليمين هي بعد حوالي 1 سنة وشهر من الزراعة، من نقل الشتلات إلى المنطقة هذه الدائمة، ونشوف الجذور الهوائية ظاهرة جدا في معظم النباتات. أشكركم على الاستماع.
صحة المحيطات أحد محاور التنمية المستدامة. رحلة اليوم في المحافظة على البيئة البحرية مع الدكتور بول مارشال.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to you all. It's wonderful to be here. Just hoping we can get the slides up. I imagine that's a work in progress here. I'll start just by thanking Dr. Korban and the team at the National Centre for Wildlife for bringing us all together today. It feels a significant day for oceans, of course, but also for the kingdom. It's a day of celebration. And here we should be celebrating because there's amazing work going on in the kingdom. We've heard about some of the science and some of the projects that are going here in the kingdom that are really important for the future of oceans. So the kingdom feels like an amazing place to be if we're wanting to make contributions to the future of our marine environments. What I'd like to do today is share with you some of the work we've been doing in NEOM to integrate marine conservation into our vision for what NEOM should be. And the idea here is to demonstrate that nature conservation, and particularly marine conservation, isn't something you just do on the side of a development project. In fact, what we're doing in NEOM is bringing nature conservation to the very heart of what NEOM represents. And there's a global context that needs to be brought to bear here. You'll be aware, of course, that there are many pressures mounting all around the world that have led to the concept of the Anthropocene. This is the idea that the effect of humans on the planet has become so significant that it's a new geological epoch. And what you see here is each of these 10 pressures have mounted over the last century, and many of them now increasing exponentially. Whether it's temperatures, population, CO2 concentrations, everything is going up. These pressures are mounting and our planet is in danger. And this is having effects across air, land and sea. And these are not just about ecological impacts, of course, but when we harm nature, we harm the very foundations of our own well-being and our own economic opportunities. I'll be moving to a focus shortly on the marine story, but it's important to recognise that these systems are interconnected and the pressures we're seeing are operating across all of these biomes. And so clearly, business as usual is not going to work. Our planet needs big, bold ideas. It needs new, energised leadership. We need an unwavering commitment, and we need to reinvent what we think, what we mean when we say conservation. To my mind, there's probably no place in the world that epitomises these ideas more than what's happening here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is a place of big, bold vision, of strong leadership, and extremely strong commitment to nature conservation. We've already heard examples of that, and I'm sharing with you another one here with what we're doing at NEOM. So what is NEOM? I think as a project, I don't need to introduce it to any of you. You'll be aware that it's a large area in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, 26,500 square kilometres, but perhaps most importantly, it's one of the key pillars or the key efforts to bring Vision 2030 to life. And so in that regard, it comes from a broad range of values, and economic development is one of those. But what we're doing in NEOM is showing that economic development doesn't have to come at the expense of nature. In fact, protecting nature is one of the key ways we will deliver NEOM's promise to the world and to the kingdom of advancing Vision 2030. And when we talk about NEOM, we talk about it being an accelerator of human progress. And what's important here, and this is not my narrative, this is the narrative of NEOM leadership broadly, that we are doing it in three ways to create exceptional livability, thriving businesses, and through reinventing conservation. So one of the three key messages about NEOM is about what we're doing to protect and restore nature. And so when we convey to the world how NEOM will be going forward, we talk about these 7 key areas of work. And I want to draw to your attention again, number 5, that we'll be doing all of this in harmony with nature. So once again, protecting nature, including our oceans, isn't something we're doing as a side effort or something that we do as an afterthought. It's really front and centre to the whole intention and the value proposition of NEOM, and importantly, the messaging we're taking to the world. And this is manifest now in this very clear commitment from His Royal Highness when he announced NEOM to the world, and particularly the line. The line is a key approach central to NEOM's definition that keeps the development footprint of NEOM to just 5% of the entire area. And that's incredible commitment to confining the development footprint, which allows 95% of NEOM's nature to be protected. And it's a beautiful nature at that. Any of you who have been to NEOM will appreciate just how rich and diverse it is as a natural environment. From our mountains that we have snowfall, we had 4 snowfalls in the mountains last winter, beautiful red deserts, the coastal deserts, and of course our very rich marine environments. We have spectacular coral reefs thriving still. We have really special species many of them are globally important, including the sooty falcon, manta rays, oceanic white-tip sharks, green sea turtles, dugongs, a very, very rich marine environment. And when we think about what we're going to do to protect and enhance that environment, we work to 5 key principles. We start with knowledge, knowledge being the foundation for all of our management and conservation planning. We protect what we have. There's lots of opportunity for us to restore and enhance. Dr. Carlos talked about this shift in focus around the world from just protecting what we have to restoring and rebuilding. It's a key part of NEOM's aspirations. Sustainable resource use in the development of NEOM, and using our opportunity, what we have in NEOM, to show and share how we can do things better for protecting and restoring nature. So under the 3 key biomes, we're developing very ambitious programs of work. You'll know that NEOM is a very ambitious project when it comes to economy and governance. That translates into what we're doing with our conservation program. And as the leader of the nature reserve in NEOM, I'm able to tap into all of this energy for innovation, for ambition, and tapping into the expertise across the whole of NEOM to drive some really exciting conservation work. Whether it's the work we're planning for repairing climate, rewilding nature and reversing desertification. Those of you who were involved in the Greening Arabia conference hosted by the National Centre for Vegetation Cover last week will have heard that our CEO announced our commitment to bring back 100 million trees to NEOM. So we're making a major contribution to the SGIs there, and we have big plans afoot to restore the wildlife of NEOM as well. And finally, into the key theme of today, rebuilding ocean abundance and restoring our coral reefs. But before we launch into a big program of protection and enhancement of our marine environment, we had to know what we have. Very little work had been done in the marine environment. Only ad hoc science, pieces of science had been done. So with the support of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and in collaboration with the National Centre for Wildlife in KAUST, we launched the first comprehensive expedition of NEOM's Red Sea and Gulf of Aqaba environments. We pulled it together under 4 key pillars. We worked with OceanX, and many of you will be aware that the ship is back here again under a major whole of coast program under the leadership of the National Centre for Wildlife, doing additional work through the whole of the Kingdom's Red Sea coast on the same ship. It's an incredibly capable vessel. It's enabled us to document and share stories about what we have in NEOM. We did some incredible science, and all of this is leading to our ability to better understand and protect our marine environment in NEOM. Here's a little video just showcasing the expedition from 2020. If the sound can be turned on, that'd be great, but the visuals will do the job. Is the tech team able to put the sound on, please? So you'll see that we were able to not only document our coral reefs to an extent never before done, we mapped seabed across most of NEOM, discovered incredible deep sea habitats, and species that were known from the Red Sea but rarely seen, and some species like this that had never been seen before. It was really amazing to finally look below the surface in a comprehensive way. The richness of the underwater environment at NEOM was stunning. We had some of the world's leading experts in their fields. A notable field of interest was our deep sea coral reefs, the mesophotic reefs. We had people on board who had worked all over the world and had never seen mesophotic, these deep sea reefs, as rich as what we have in NEOM. So it was amazing to see what we have. Much of it had been seen for the first time, including discovering at least 8 new species. So just to give you a sort of a quick summary of some of the key elements that we found during the expedition. So I talked about the seabed mapping. I'll talk about each of these just very briefly now, just to give you a flavour of the work that we've done and the discoveries that were made. It was a really spectacular expedition. The seabed mapping was astonishing. We found features that we had only ever couldn't have even guessed at. And here's a little fly-through to show you some of the incredible terrain that was mapped, and just to show you the diversity, the topography. This is just an artifact, the blue wall there, but just incredibly rich underwater habitats, which created some really impressive pelagic environments and some really incredible deep sea habitats for both benthic species, corals, and etc., but also for mobile species like sharks. One of the notable discoveries was the NEOM Pinnacle. If this was a skyscraper, it would be the second tallest skyscraper in the world. We didn't know it was there, 635 metres, just in our own front yard. So a spectacular bit of seabed. We found the northernmost brine pool in the Gulf of Aqaba. These are deep water seeps of highly salty water that are fascinating in their formation and also as habitats for very rare species, including this flatfish that we recorded and had never been seen before by science. Deep water environments, as I said, these mesophotic reefs were incredible, like these giant black corals, amazing, very slow growing, very important parts of the marine environment. And here's the mysterious squid. We now think it is a giant version of the purple squid. This is about 5 or 6 metres long. Nobody had ever recorded any species of giant squid from the Red Sea, even washed up on the shore before. This is a phenomenal discovery, and to record one in life, alive, living, was just amazing. This is a shipwreck that we also found, and this is the squid moving past a shipwreck. So incredible stuff. We saw some amazing wildlife. This is an oceanic white-tipped shark. Of course, they're known from the Red Sea, but these have suffered massive declines in populations around the world. And this one, there was a video here. You can see, despite the fact that we saw this in deep water, this is a big animal. It's got a hook in its mouth, so clearly even animals of this size living in deep water are not immune from the effects of human activities. We knew we had special coral reefs. This expedition really unlocked some of the mysteries. We've found species new to science. We saw signs of historic damage from coral bleaching, so even the northern Red Sea was not immune from coral bleaching. But we know from previous research confirmed by our expedition that we have some of the most climate-resilient corals in the world in NEOM, on the Red Sea coast and the Gulf of Aqaba. These are corals that can survive fluctuations in temperature probably better than anywhere else because of their northern extreme, but also the fact that over evolutionary time, these corals have had to move through hotter water in the southern Red Sea to populate these areas in the north. We found incredibly extensive and rich seagrass beds. We know that seagrass beds are incredibly important habitats for many species, food for turtles and dugong. We didn't see any dugong during the expedition, but about 3 months ago we had a close encounter with dugong just at Al Muwayla, and that was incredible to be able to see them and record them. But certainly during the expedition, in that photo on the right, lots of feeding trails showing that we have a very active population of dugong, and we know we have lots of turtles. The fish biodiversity was astounding. Some of the highest diversity of fish species found in the Red Sea, many new species, very rich, some of them known to be very rare, like the guitar fish in the bottom right. The expedition revealed a lot of incredible information, but really asked as many questions as it answered. The expedition that is now underway will help to fill some gaps, but really we've just begun this journey of understanding the incredible marine ecosystem of the northern Red Sea in Neom. The science is being published now, and the appetite to do more science in the region is only going to grow exponentially once the results of this become widely published. But importantly for us, as we think about how to protect, conserve and restore Neom's nature, this expedition has really helped us understand the precious marine environment we have, its diversity and its richness, and we've identified at least 8 areas that are distinctly different, important, and will drive our planning of our network of marine protected areas. We've also identified some incredible opportunities to make Neom's marine environment a centrepiece of our development and tourism offering to the world. There's probably not a deep sea environment in the world that is this rich, yet this accessible. That brine pool and that giant squid were less than 3 kilometres from the shore. The oceans get so deep so quickly in the Gulf of Aqaba that it's incredibly accessible. So amazing opportunities for research and also for deep sea tourism. And this is work, there's been a big workshop recently with Neom and KAUST, and I know Dr. Kolban was there, to better explore the potential for a deep sea research and tourism facility in Neom, making the most of this incredible asset. And so this brings us then just to what does this mean for Neom? So as I said, Neom has committed to protecting 95% of its area, of those 26,500 square kilometres, including our marine environment. We have 450 kilometres of coastline for conservation. And this bringing together the concept of Neom through the line with the nature reserve is creating a really strong message to the world that you can develop, you can create incredible lifestyle and economic opportunities while protecting nature and making nature a centrepiece of this offering that human society needs. So this is an exciting time for us in Neom. We've now revealed for ourselves what is beneath our oceans, and now we're on the journey of planning how we will best protect that 95% of Neom, including some very, very exciting marine protected areas that we'll be planning over the next 6 months. Thanks very much.
الآن حلقة نقاش لمدة 10 دقائق فقط، وأتمنى نلتزم هذه المرة بالوقت. أربعة. 4 و3. 4 وين الرابع؟
Hello.
والله بس بلغوهم انه 10 دقائق عشان بس طيب نبدأ الآن حلقة النقاش. 10 minutes okay?
Okay.
ها؟ اوكي. نبدأ دكتور. حلقة النقاش أمام 12 دقائق، تفضل.
Good afternoon. I really enjoyed your presentations, all, and I'd like to give a positive feedback. I'd like to see the industrial sector with tourism sectors, even in educations, and also the governmental authority that's responsible for the environment regulations and enforcement in the kingdom. They're all working together. Let's start with the industrial sectors. The presentation of what Aramco provided. Aramco started in environmental sector, environmental stewardship since 50 years ago. The first environmental policy was back in 1963, which is something we are really proud of, even though it's the largest oil company. And they managed to protect the environment within their operational areas. The same things goes to Neom. They're doing the tourism activities, that's their core businesses, however, with ensuring the sustainability of the environment, with arranging with the governmental sectors. When it comes to education, like King Abdullah University of Science and Technology from KAUST, since the establishment in 2009, we see all the researches, how it helps the industrial sectors and tourism sectors, and most of the outputs in the Red Sea comes from these research activities. The newly established national centers for green coverage and national center for wildlife, they were working hands to hands, very close to all these sectors to see this, to synergize all these activities. That's what I'd like to comment about. We just hope to boost these collaborations and to synergize between all these sectors. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask a question for you guys. First of all, thank you. I really enjoyed your presentations and very valuable. I learned many things today from you guys. I have a question, number one for Professor Carlos Duarte, about the climate change and coral reef. And I have my own, as Mohammed Qurban, my own opinion on this. I read during the G20, if you remember, about the contribution of the climate change on the coral reef. I found in different locations and publications, it's around from 20 to 30% of the impact coming due to the bleaching on the coral reef. But 70%, we can tell, even from your presentation, that can really contribute on damaging the coral reef in the area. Do you think we should have a campaign and start this campaign in Saudi Arabia from your publication, that we need to tell people, I'm thinking of like a workshop or maybe symposium, or I don't know what you call it, that through the different areas, foundations, societies, universities, through also the center, that we should stop damaging the coral reef by our hands. And all the time, we're blaming climate change, even though, and we know clearly, 30% is coming from the high temperature, but 70% damaging from us. Really, I want to ask you, do you think it's a good idea that we can start this campaign to tell all people? Because sometimes I receive projects and ideas, we need to cut the coral reef or remove the coral reef, and everybody knows that if you remove the coral reef, they will die. Sooner or later, they will die, no matter what. And it's the reef, not coral heads. Coral heads, I agree that it can be moved. So I think I need, like your paper, if you can make it as a seed to move towards on this.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. So that's a very good question, because now the focus is on climate change, but it's important that we do not forget that most of the losses of coral reefs to date have not been delivered by climate change, but by direct human impacts. So until maybe a decade, direct human impacts were the main drivers of the loss of coral reefs, and globally about 50% of the coral reefs were lost due to direct human damage. On the last decade, there's been a 14% loss, of which most now comes from climate change, and in the future, climate change is going to be a very important driver of losses. I must say that the projection of 75 to 90% loss that comes from the IPCC is questionable once you dive deep into the evidence. They're using a standard threshold for mortality that is not verified, so probably the uncertainty is much greater than what they acknowledge, and perhaps then there will be a better future also when we consider adaptation. But then coming back to the direct impacts, to present, much of the losses of coral reefs have had to do with inputs of pollutants and deteriorated water quality that has killed many of the nearshore reefs in the Red Sea, but also elsewhere. And then also overfishing that weakens the resilience of the coral reefs and leads to the overgrowth of algae on the coral reefs. And then also physical damage through, for instance, development and coral relocation, dredging and things like that, and also through ghost nets and other anchor damage and other impacts. So those have been the main reasons for loss up to now. In the future, climate change is going to play a more important role as a driver of change, but if we do not remove the local pressures, then we weaken the capacity of the coral reefs to be able to resist climate change and growing temperatures. So it is very, very important that indeed, as you suggested, there will be a campaign in the kingdom to raise awareness of, first on the value of coral reefs, second on the losses that have occurred already, and third on the need to remove pressures, because in terms of the climate action, the kingdom is already playing a very important and positive role as a leader in climate action with solutions, technologies, the circular carbon economy concept that came from the kingdom also in the G20 presidency. and also with the pledge that was announced last year to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060 or earlier. So the Kingdom is already doing its share in climate change, but we also need to do our share in terms of the local pressures and impacts on coral reefs. And as we discussed earlier this week, then unfortunately the southern half of the Red Sea was heavily impacted by the global coral bleaching event of 2015, and we lost about almost 90% of the coral south of Alith, except in some offshore islands. They still remain in health, but the rest is already gone, and recovering them will require active stewardship, will require managing also overfishing and impacts, so we allow those reefs to recover. So indeed a very important comment, and I fully agree with your idea to organize as soon as possible a forum about conserving coral reefs.
Thank you, Professor Carlos. Then I'm going to add this point to the output of this workshop, inshallah. Okay, another question to Dr. Al-Mansi regarding the mangrove. It's a question and a recommendation. I will start with the recommendation. I think we need to be careful of planting mangrove everywhere without environmental impact assessment study. I'll tell you why. If there is any area that you want to plant mangrove, not historically recorded that you have the mangrove, trust me, the impact coming very high if there is any coral reef close to this area, especially if the current going from the mangrove to towards this area of coral reef. This is number one. Number two, the question, have you thought, Dr. Mansi, of planting Rhizophora, the Alqandal, or red mangrove? Have you thought or studied that you can replant Rhizophora or the red mangrove in areas historically recorded, like the northern of Arabian Gulf, close to Safaniya, to Khafji? Historically, we used to have there Alqandal, red mangrove, as well as some areas in Red Sea. If you can think of this, it will be great to have back the red mangrove again, to historically recorded in many places. It's already gone from there. Tafadhal.
Regarding the red mangrove, we are, inshallah, in the future, soon future, we are going to plant the mangrove in the area which is rehabilitated during, damage during the Gulf War, and in Al-Safaniya and Al-Musallamiyya in the Gulf. And we are trying to do a pilot study on planting mangrove in those areas. But unfortunately, the salinity is very high in that area, and the growth of the mangrove is very, not that much comparing to the Red Sea. And hopefully, in the soon future, we are going to plant, I suggest to plant 100,000 in somewhere in Al-Kharj, I think, Coast Guard, in front of it, in the coming plantation.
If I may, excuse me, for the sake of the time, so Mr. Qurban, please, we'll be happy to participate in that panel and organizing it with you if you allow us. Thank you. Thank you, sir. My name is Isam Al-Ammari. I'm the Saudi permanent representative to the IMO, International Maritime Organization. My first question is to Mr. Carlos Garcia.
regarding UNEP and IMO and others, as we are UN agencies. How do you see the interagency work going on for this region? For myself, my point of view, I don't think we are good cooperating in it. I think because we have different mandates, but I wanted your point of view of that, please, and then I will follow with my second question.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the last part I didn't listen very well. It was about governance.
Maybe
Yes.
Yes, governance.
Yes, I think that from UNEP perspective, United Nations, in these recent years, the Kingdom has done lots of very important work and taken steps in order to promote all aspects about environmental sustainability. This work is difficult. It's very difficult because besides good science, as there is produced here in the Kingdom, there's also very good management from the NCW and MEWA in all aspects, but there's also the need, as Dr. Kurban was saying, to promote public knowledge, public awareness of all these problems, because without this, as I was saying in my presentation, these small actions that every citizen take, all science together with a very good management from the government at the end will not work if all the country, the citizens are not involved. And that's what is called governance. Governance is this parts of the puzzle when the public, good science, good governance, a good legal framework, and all this effort of the citizens together working is what it's called the governance. And in terms of the coast, what is needed is a very well-planned coastal development, integrated coastal development. And you are taking all these steps with restoration plans, with marine protected areas, reforming the legal framework, very good scientific knowledge produced, and also the participation of all the institutions that have a role in both the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. Not also related to the environment, but also transport, the Navy, the Coast Guard, the International Maritime Organization. Every institution has to be part of this puzzle, that once it's connected, it's what it's called an integrated coastal management. That should be the goal that, from my point of view, that the Kingdom should try to achieve. And now, from my point of view, they are taking the very, very good first steps towards that goal.
Excellent, thank you very much. My second question is for Dr. Carlos Durata. So we all love Lisbon, and lucky you are from it. I will be there for the Ocean Conference for a different panel with IMO. But regarding the declaration that Portugal and Kenya are organizing this conference, and there is a declaration I've heard coming out from this conference. Can you tell us about it, please?
Thank you for the question. So about 5 years ago, the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, then commissioned a number of countries with establishing something called the High-Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy. And they were commissioned to produce a series of documents that will be the basis for the declaration that is to be negotiated in the UN Conference on Oceans. So that group was led by the governments of Norway and Palau. You know, the UN always matches developing nations, and included the governments of Canada, Japan, Chile, Mexico, Gabon, and Australia, and some other nations. I don't remember the list complete. So those were 12 nations, and then the US also was added to the panel. So the panel, if you want to check the webpage, they
have produced a number of blue papers, which are sectorial, the role of oceans in energy, the roles of oceans in mineral production, in biodiversity, blue biotechnology, about 12 different position papers. And then they have created a pledge, which is a pledge that they hope nations to join for a commitment with a healthy ocean. And I believe that will be the basis of the declaration that will be discussed during the UN Oceans Conference. So to some extent, of course, the pandemic has been extremely negative for all the world, but I think that if the conference would have been held in 2020 as originally planned, then probably the preparatory documents would not be as advanced as they are today.
I have one more last question to Alex. Mr. Alex, about the thrown starfish, and I know clearly how dangerous. If we have a bloom of this one on the coral reef, it might kill a lot of coral reef areas, like what happened in Oman area, in Arab Sea. And we know some of those are invasive species. Do you think that we can have a complete management or a contingency plan if we have such a bloom?
Thank you very much for your question. So when a outbreak occurs, it's obviously is very devastating for the reef, and having a management plan or having a kind of a protocol to follow to be able to help mitigate some of those impacts, I think is really important to be implemented in what we were talking about on the panel about the interdisciplinary or kind of co-design of a marine spatial planning area or protection area or coastal development. So it's very important to kind of include these protocols and help manage the crown of thorns outbreaks, as well as protect the species that eat them. So the trumpet tritons and the triggerfish are important to protect to be so they're able to naturally feed on the crown of thorns to help keep populations low, so they don't continue to keep destroying reefs in the kingdom.
Yes. I'll ask the question quickly. My name is Ala Bukhari. Very interesting session, really. I mean, we looked at things from the positive side. Things can be undone. I mean, whatever the harm has been done with little intervention, then we get things back. This is great. I want to go back very quickly to the climate change subject. It's very important, and it has an effect and future effect. I want to ask maybe NEOM, Paul, about you see, climate change in the future, 50, 100 years from now and so forth, will have an impact, as we have seen, on the marine environment, on the terrestrial environment. I think so many areas of impact. I'm sure that NEOM is taking this into consideration. Can you highlight very quickly what type of impact and how that would affect NEOM in the future? We're talking about 50 and 100 years from now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And it is so critical to be considering climate change at any time, but particularly when you're designing, in this case, a development project that will have a life that will go for centuries, we would hope. So what we know is that desert environments are prone to the effects of climate change, of course. Extreme conditions get more extreme. And in the marine environment, I think that's where the effects will be greatest, between temperature rise of the water, but also sea level rise. So although this isn't my part of NEOM, I know that sea level rise predictions are a big part of the planning of NEOM as the development aspects of NEOM. But from my part of the world, my part of the business dealing with nature conservation, understanding future climates and what that means for our restoration programs is very important. the last thing we want to do is be bringing back species or accelerating the return of species to a historical baseline in terms of species composition if the future climates are going to mean that those species will do very poorly. So understanding future climates and what that means for the targets for ecological restoration is very important. That's work we're only just starting to do now in terms of our restoration strategies, and climate change is a key consideration in that.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody. I think I'm the last question. So just really I want to touch on the whole focus of these big developments on the Red Sea, and I really was impressed by NEOM's line approach, which really minimises development. But one of the things that we've noticed with Aramco, you heard the story from my colleague, we've been developing for over 80 years in the Eastern Province, and although we manage within inside the fence or within inside our concession areas very well, extremely strict on what we do, we can't manage what happens outside the fence. So what we're seeing in the Eastern Province is we have these huge areas of protected areas, or land or sea areas, and around them is massive development because everybody wants to come and work with Aramco or labour forces, camps, trading organisations, companies, and so on. So how do you protect the Red Sea overall? You've got all these big developments, and everybody wants to come and work with NEOM, the Red Sea Development Company, Amala, and so on. And so it's going to cause pockets of intense activity between these large, pristine areas. One of the answers might be what they've done in Australia on the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, which is 1,500 kilometres long, of zoning, where you have certain activities, tourism, fishing, industry, what have you, but you have a managed plan so one particular zone doesn't impact on the other. Because I see this will become a problem as we go forward. And the Red Sea, I think, needs to have this zoning. Not saying use the same kind of zoning, but use a particular approach that will help the Red Sea with its own unique situation. Because otherwise we're going to end up with these ghettos of development and tourist high-end pristine environments, and that's I think not where we want to go long term. So just a thought. Thank you very much.
I might just offer a couple of comments to that, Ron. I think that they're really important observations. I think there's a couple of scales to that. The projects as I know them, and again I speak as a sort of a neighbour of Amala and Red Sea, and my colleagues there I speak to a lot. Each of those projects has been designed equally thoughtfully in terms of the footprint of the development project. The thing to acknowledge in all of that is that the process of construction can result in a whole lot of risks that can be additional to the end state development. That I think that's a challenge we have to contend with and we have to confront, and we are, but that's a significant challenge. But I think it's the thing you called out specifically is actually how you relate to your neighbours or neighbouring activities. And for NEOM, it's not just Amala and the Red Sea when it comes to marine environment. We also have marine environments that touch with Jordan and of course with Egypt. So then you get international issues. Certainly the Saudi projects are all in strong communication about how we, as we're developing our own approaches to conservation, how we collaborate and coordinate, recognising that whale sharks, fishes and coral larvae don't recognise our borders, so we need to manage for that. So that's a recognition. Internationally, that's not something we've started tackling yet just because of where we are in our planning curve, but I think these are really important issues. The thing that can help with this at a regional scale, and Dr. Koban may be able to speak a little more, is the Regional Red Sea Sustainability Initiative, which at the moment is an analytical approach to understanding what some of those issues are and how we might advance for a more collective view of the Red Sea's conservation. I think, and also, of course, Carlos is heavily involved in that. So there's early work now to understand how important collaboration is for the future of the Red Sea and to start to map out how we can take a more collective approach at a regional scale. Carlos, did you want to add more to that?
Yes, thank you, Paul. So I think that there's one, that is indeed a huge problem in the marine environment, how to organize all of the activities that we seek to deploy to generate economic benefits
in a way that is consistent with conservation. And then zoning is indeed the approach. And the formal tool to do that is marine spatial planning. So in the Red Sea Development Company pioneered the first marine spatial planning exercise that has been done in the Red Sea, and actually it's also the first one in the world that was led by a private company in 2018, and it was published in a scientific literature, scientific publication in 2009. And that has been the blueprint for the development. So that zones all of the activities. It addresses the different vulnerabilities, and it actually does not only strive at conserving, but actually the ultimate goal is to achieve a 30% increase in conservation value relative to the null hypothesis of the scenario, which is that nothing will be done on the Red Sea. Now, the problem is that this is a small, relatively large, but a fragment of the Red Sea, and it should be done at the scale of the entire Red Sea. So, in fact, it was recently identified as a priority for the whole of the Red Sea. The marine spatial planning needs to be done at the basin scale, and earlier it was announced that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia established or promoted the establishment of the African and Islamic Nation Council of the Red Sea Council of African and Islamic Nation, and that is a very good forum to seek this collaboration and be able to implement this plan at the basin scale, because it's not only about the neighborhood between, for instance, Samala or Neom and other areas, it's also that across the basin, their activities and their conservation engagement activities have impacts on our conservation effort. So, for instance, we saw earlier how sea turtles in the Red Sea actually go across the eastern and western side. So if we conserve them here, but they are impacted in Sudan or Eritrea or Egypt, then they're really undermining our efforts. Same for fish stocks. So we actually live in a shared basin, and the marine spatial planning and that careful zoning that you indicated need to be done, and I fully agree, eventually need to be elevated to the whole basin scale through cooperation.
الآن كلمة ختامية للدكتور محمد قربان، الرئيس التنفيذي للمركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية. أمامك لو أردت ساعة. مدير عاد.
Okay, I would like to speak in Arabic and English. So, أولا أشكركم جميعا على الحضور وعلى المشاركة. أعتقد الهدف الرئيسي كان من حضورنا هنا نتجمع في مكان واحد ونتشارك بالآراء بالأفكار، خصوصا للبيئة البحرية تعتبر من الأمور الهامة جدا، خصوصا في مملكتنا الحبيبة. لا نغفل ان احنا عندنا اعظم بحرين في العالم، عندنا الخليج العربي ويحتوي على ثلث الاحتياطي الطاقه في العالم كله، وعندنا البحر الأحمر اللي يحتوي على كائنات كما شفتم في الافلام، وعلى تنوع احيائي فريد من نوعه حقيقه. دائما اقول عندنا افضل شعب مرجانيه على مستوى العالم، لدرجه انه كثير منها يتحمل درجه حراره عاليه. فتجمعنا هذا اليوم يعني أشكركم عليه، وأشكر وجودكم معنا والمشاركة الفعالة من الجميع. الآن المخرجات إن شاء الله حيكون في مخرج راح يعني أوتبوت راح يرسل للجميع إن شاء الله للملاحظة، وإذا كان أي شيء نسيناه تستطيعوا أنكم تضيفوه وترسلون إياه عشان نعتمده. والمخرج هذا في بعض يكون فيه أشياء تنفذ وفي أشياء للمعرفة والعامة. أرقام الأسماء وأرقام الهواتف راح توزع كذلك على الجميع لكي فعلا يكون في تواصل دائم. هذه يمكن أول ورشة نعملها بصورة عامة للجهات في البيئة البحرية، لكن هذه الأولى ليس الأخيرة. من هنا حننطلق إن شاء الله، راح يكون في ورش عمل أخرى حيكون إن شاء الله كونفرنس. لا نغفل إحنا عندنا الآن سفينتين تعمل في البحر الأحمر، أوشن إكس وسفينة عزيزي، تعمل من الشاطئ إلى المنطقة الاقتصادية إلى أعماق نغطي فيها حتى كمان قلبة في عقبة. الديتا هذه والمعلومات نحن مع اور كوليجز في اليوم all those يعني كل المخرجات هذه إن شاء الله راح تنشر وراح تعلن، ويكون إن شاء الله في سيمبوزيوم كامل نعني فيه بالبيئة البحرية إن شاء الله. Just in English, just mention that this workshop is very important and not the end of it. And inshallah, we will send the output of this workshop with the name, phones, and what is your position, your location. So we will continue communicating with each other. Plus, inshallah, we're gonna have more workshops and gathering all as teams interested in marine in general or marine life in Saudi Arabia. I just mentioned NCW and اليوم already we have cruises plus our colleagues in coast. They contribute highly in the research and the studies in Red Sea, and inshallah we will have at the end of this one by next year a meeting or gathering to discuss the results of the Ocean X and Azizi output and results. Thank you so much again, and I would like to close the remark for this one, and also we're gonna have the pray and welcome for the lunch. Thank you so much.
يا ليت الجميع يتوجه جميعا إلى الغداء يمين القاعة.